We are live from Council Chamber. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response and evacuation procedures for this room. In the event of an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to a muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through City Hall. Persons with limited mobility must immediately, with the aid of a monitor, proceed to the closest stairwell. The monitors for the persons with limited mobility will remain with them during an evacuation. The fire department will evacuate the persons with limited mobility from the building. Finally, please speak with the security guard or meeting clerk if you require first aid at any point during the meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order here on Treaty 6 territory. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, Métis Region 4, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will begin with a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson is here. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang. Mayor Sohi. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Councillor Hamilton. Or is that Rutherford?
Rutherford.
Rutherford, thank you. Councillor Salvador is here. Councillor Cardinal.
Morning.
And oh, thank you. And Councillor Rice.
Good morning. I'm committee member, so I need to be called first.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we have roster plus guests. So adoption of the agenda. I'd take a motion to move adoption of the agenda.
I move adoption of the agenda with, no, not, that's request to speak will come later, sorry.
Okay. Any questions, additions, deletions, changes? Hearing none, I'll call the vote on adoption of the agenda. And I am in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried unanimously. Excellent. So approval of the minutes. Take a motion to approve the minutes.
Councillor Jans, I will move approval of the minutes from the August 13th, 2024 Urban Planning Committee meeting.
Okay, changes, additions, deletions. Hearing none, call the vote on approval of the minutes. And I'm in favor as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay, and there are no protocol items that I'm aware of. And so select items for debate. Councillor Knack.
Sorry, it's not letting me click on. Oh, there it is now. I will select 7-1 and 7-2 as we have speakers on both.
Excellent, thank you. So we don't need to vote on any reports not selected for a debate. Requests to speak. So
Councillor Jans, there was a 5.1 bylaw request to reschedule reports that has not been selected.
I'll move that.
Okay, moved by Councillor Knack. So request to schedule bylaw 2910.
Point of order to vote. Can we vote on that change?
Yeah, it was just, yeah. So, okay, so we moved that, yeah, there we go. Call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Okay, please display the vote. Carried unanimously. Okay.
And just to confirm, so bylaw 20910, semi-annual amendments to speed zones, bylaw 6894, amendment number 73 to bylaw 6894 has a revised due date of November 26, 2024.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So requests to speak. I have 4 speakers for each item. I thought I overheard, was there a change to a speaker's name? It's been updated. So this is the current, okay, thank you. So, should I read out the names now, or should I do so when we get to the items?
No, if we could read
Coun-
in the speakers as a request to speak vote, that would be great.
Okay, excellent.
Councillor Jens, I move that Urban Planning Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. For item 7.1, we have Astina Danchu. Okay. Kateria Stanford, Bangi Duan, Kevin Shaw. And for item 7.2, Edward Kohler, Abdul Abbasi, Matthew Cates, and Daniel Whitty.
Excellent. Okay, please vote on hearing those speakers. Excellent. Okay.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Rice, did it come through for you? Oh, we have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. All right, request for time specific on the agenda. There is none. Councillor inquiries, I'm not aware of any. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. Option 4.1, this is going to be dealt with at the September 16th CPSC meeting. Does that require a vote?
No, that is provided for information purposes.
Okay, hearing no objection, then we move on to, we already rescheduled the speed bylaw, so unfinished business, we have none. Then, yeah, let's move on to item 7.1, and I believe, is there a presentation from administration? Okay, great, you have the floor.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Flaman, and I'm the Deputy City Manager of Community Services. I'm joined today by a number of members of administration, including Stacey Galatly, Rachel Putt, and Jared Abbott from the Affordable Housing and Homelessness section, and Travis Pollock, Jatinder Tawana, and Trevor Illingworth from Ed Development Services, the implications to limiting temporary shelter locations. Over to you.
Thank you, Jennifer. As a part of the Community and Public Services Report, CR 7839, Hope Mission Project Update, on March 15th, 2021, City Council directed administration to develop minimum emergency shelter standards that would increase accessibility and assist shelter operators in transitioning clients to housing. Edmonton's minimum emergency shelter standards were presented to the Community and Public Services Committee on August 25th, 2021, and were endorsed by City Council on August 30th, 2021. These were designed to be an aspirational tool that shelter operators and funders could use to make shelters more accessible and housing focused. Administration is here today to present an update to this document, now called the City of Edmonton Emergency Shelter Best Practices Guide. The Best Practices Guide was reviewed and updated not only to address administration's commitment to review the document every 3 years, but also to account for the numerous changes that have occurred in Edmonton's homeless serving system of care. Administration is aware that the complexity of need present in Edmonton's houseless population has increased, and shelter providers have communicated that they are serving more diverse populations, including more women, newcomers, refugees, seniors, and youth. The Government of Alberta has also implemented a number of actions and provided increased investments in the shelter system since 2021. As presented in the Government of Alberta 2022 Action Plan on Homelessness, the provincial government has taken steps to increase both the number of emergency shelter spaces available in Edmonton and the diversity of shelter providers delivering services, including Indigenous-led organizations. Finally, so as not to risk engagement fatigue, administration aligned the engagement work for the Best Practices Guide with 2 related council motions regarding the appropriate size and location of shelter services. Next slide, please. To undertake the review, administration completed a jurisdictional scan of other shelter standards and procedures across the country. Administration also completed a literature review of shelter best practices guides and other documents that support shelter service delivery improvements. And finally, using the information from these 2 inputs, administration conducted multiple rounds of internal engagement with City of Edmonton staff, including Edmonton Police Service. Engagement was also conducted with external partners, including shelter operators, First Nations, and Alberta Health Services. The Canadian Shelter Transformation Network, which is a network of homeless shelter leaders and organizations committed to becoming housing-focused across the country, undertook a peer review of the draft. The Emergency Shelter Best Practices Guide, as outlined in Attachment 3, retains many of the core elements of the previous work. This includes the guiding principles, physical space and operations best practices, and overall goal of supporting shelters to be housing-focused. As a result of engagement feedback, administration updated the name to a Best Practices Guide. This was done in recognition that the City of Edmonton does not fund or regulate emergency shelter operations, but can continue to communicate evidence-based learnings in the city's role as a convener and advocate, as outlined in the City of Edmonton's Homelessness and Housing Services Plan. Through engagement, we heard repeatedly that due to the increasing diversity of the shelter system, users that emergency shelters cannot be everything to everyone. This resulted in a suggested approach within the Best Practices Guide that focuses on intentional service and programming analysis and planning that should take place at each shelter site. Key changes to the guide include the introduction of a service approach section designed to help shelter operators identify who they are going to serve, the introduction of a core operations section, which highlights the day-to-day operations and programming all emergency shelters should strive to adopt, and the replacement of specialized program requirements with a services and programming section, which highlights the unique needs of certain populations accessing shelter and programmatic supports shelter providers should consider in their service delivery. The Best Practices Guide also provides links to informative documents, including other best practices guides and shelter standards in use in other municipalities. The City of Edmonton Emergency Shelter Best Practices Guide demonstrates its utility in 3 key areas. First, by providing advice and recommendations to shelter operators to support the improvement of current shelter design, operations, and programming. Second, by acting as an aspirational set of elements that operators can work towards in the future. And third, by providing a useful tool for operators, key sector parties, and the City of Edmonton to identify and communicate strategic investment opportunities that enable shelters to contribute to ending homelessness. I will now turn the presentation over to Trevor in Development Services. Trevor.
Thank you, Rachel. In zoning bylaw 20,001, shelters are permitted as a community service use in most residential, commercial, and mixed-use zones. However, shelters are also permitted in the business employment or BE zone with a floor area limit of 500 square meters. This floor area limit applies to all aspects of the shelter operation from sleeping, office, storage, and programming areas. Recent experiences with shelter operators and a public hearing for rezoning have raised questions about whether shelters should be located in industrial and quasi-industrial areas, specifically considering site locations in the business commercial or business employment zones. Next slide, please. Administration reviewed the locations of business commercial and business employment properties in the city. Business commercial sites are mostly located on the periphery of the city's non-residential areas and are very unlikely to be located near heavy industrial sites. Properties zoned business employment are more likely to be located throughout the city's industrial or quasi-industrial areas, and therefore somewhat more likely to be near medium and heavy industrial locations. In reviewing these locations, administration recognizes that these sites may not be ideal for shelters in terms of location and access to transit, amenities, or other support services. As part of the research work undertaken for the Emergency Shelter Best Practices Guide, administration found little research on ideal shelter sizes. As part of the engagement work done around the shelter best practices, administration asked participants specific questions around size and location of emergency shelters in Edmonton. This engagement feedback noted that shelter providers have had difficulty in finding suitable locations for emergency shelters. There was universal support around having no restrictions on the size, location, or spacing of shelters. When asked about ideal shelter size, the responses depended greatly on what program approach and shelter guest population would be at the site. Ranges of 30 to 50 or 100 to 125 persons per site were noted, but again, this depended on the programming model. A variety of concerns with potential limitation on shelter location and size were noted, including creating challenges to quickly create new shelter sites or increase capacity at current sites as needed, setting up a limitation on the ability of a shelter operator to open where the need was greatest, and finally, that funding opportunities may be lost with limitations in place. Next slide, please. Administration understands the constraints that operators face when searching for a suitable building and location to provide services to those who need it. We also understand that the available locations tend not to be what would typically be considered suitable for this type of service. In our attempt to balance these competing needs, administration recognizes the greater need to maximize opportunities for a shelter operator to find a location that can provide temporary accommodation and outreach services. Administration proposes not to restrict shelters from operating on business commercial sites, as this is a commercial zone and these sites are generally located on the periphery of the city's industrial areas. They are unlikely to be located next to heavy industrial sites in particular. This recognizes the need for flexibility and that medium industrial sites can contain a variety of activities which are generally of a minor industrial nature. Administration identified that there's a greater likelihood of business employment sites to abut heavy industrial sites. Therefore, we recommend that shelters be prohibited from these locations. In either case, for sites with higher risk activities, there are opportunities upon permit review to ask for risk assessments to determine the appropriateness of the location. Finally, to recognize the different operational needs and scale of shelters, administration proposes to remove the 500 square meter floor area limit for shelters in the business employment zone. This may result in larger shelters, but would also allow those operations the flexibility to provide additional on-site support services or accommodation space without the need for a variance or rezoning. And I'll turn it back to Rachel to discuss the next steps.
Thanks, Trevor. By way of next steps, administration will communicate back to internal and external engagement participants the final updated best practices guide. Administration will also continue to offer support to shelter operators in adopting elements of the guide to support continuous improvement efforts. Finally, administration will continue to communicate the needs of Edmontonians experiencing homelessness to the Government of Alberta and seek opportunities to support their commitments to shelter improvement efforts. This approach is consistent with the actions outlined in the recently council-approved Homelessness and Housing Services Plan. Should Urban Planning Committee support administration's proposal for text amendments to zoning bylaw 20001, administration will return to a future public hearing for council to fully consider the changes. Thank you. That concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to hearing from members of the public. Or do we go to questions of administrations first?
No. Public speakers first.
Okay, I thought I saw a few. Eyes there. Yeah, okay, so we'll hear. Sorry, now I'm confused. Which one is it?
So we'll.
Yeah, it's speakers, right? Okay,
Public
good.
speakers first, yeah. And we do have a couple in-person speakers, and I will show them where they can sit when it's their time to speak as well.
Excellent. So then when we call guest Danciu, guest Stanford, guest One, and guest Shaw, if they're with us, to come down to the clerk, and you'll be given a microphone. So while you're coming down, I'll read the public speaker's introduction. For each item, administration may provide opening remarks or a presentation. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to give their presentation for 5 minutes. Speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber up on the screen. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes and turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may want to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask you questions or questions of other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function, as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. So with that being said, I invite guest Danciu to begin your 5 minutes.
So I'd like to talk about a little bit about the Hope mission that is going to be potentially built by the Costco and like in that area, like in the Dovercourt area. So now our neighborhood is a very quiet neighborhood. We have very little police presence. It's more like a residential and industrial area as well. Like it's kind of like both. But my concern is that like there will be a lot of break-ins and stuff with the homeless being in our neighborhood. And it's a really quiet neighborhood. We actually have a school there, and we have a lot of kids in our neighborhood. So it's really, like, it makes me really nervous that that's going to be built so close to our neighborhood. And there is also, like, the police presence concern. like there's no police station in our area or anything like that. So I think there will be like a lot more home invasions and people like sleeping in our, in our backyards. And yeah, that's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you. Guest Stanford, you have 5 minutes. Guest Stanford, are you with us online?
I don't see them online. If we could maybe confirm the other remaining speakers to see if we have them with us.
Maybe we'll come back. Guest Duan. Guest Fang Yi Duan. Hearing none. Guest Shaw. Hearing none. Clerk, what is your recommendation?
So I've just let our offices know that we don't have our speakers online. What we could do is we could move to questions of the speaker, and if they happen to join in that time, then we can have the other one speak as well.
Sounds good then. Committee members, if you'd like to chime in. Councillor Knack.
I'm happy to defer, in this case, because the speaker's from a different ward, I'm happy to defer to the ward councillor, who's ahead of me anyways on the list.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate that courtesy. Thank you for being here today. As you know, I've received a lot of correspondence specifically on the Dover Court piece. Before us today, though, are sort of two. I don't love that this report has been compiled into one because they're sort of two separate but interconnected pieces. One being, moving from shelter standards to shelter's best practices guideline. And second, the question about should shelters be in industrial areas, and if so, to what size and capacity? Those are sort of two of the things that committee today is grappling with. So what I was wondering from you is two things. First, on the engagement, because I've definitely heard from Dover Court residents the concerns about the lack of engagement before the public hearing, but also even subsequently with the lack of communication. What would you want to see in that best practices guide around what shelters should be communicated and how should it be communicated with residents around that? To the speaker.
Oh, sorry. So, sorry, the question was?
So just, again, I've heard from a lot of Dover Court residents about the process in terms of engagement. And so as we're developing this best practices guideline, do you think, what would you have wanted to see in terms of communication and engagement related to this shelter?
I would like to see like maybe more security and maybe more police presence. That would be something that I would feel more comfortable about if that was to happen.
Okay, and then my second question is, you're saying, again, the debate here is around industrial, but a lot of the concerns that you're bringing up, and I think what has been highlighted in this report is that shelters are really hard to locate because a lot of people don't want them in residential communities. And so a lot of shelter providers have started to look for alternate locations, such as in industrial areas. If council was to limit industrial use, that would mean likely more potential for it in your neighborhood proper. What are your thoughts on that? Because that's sort of the crux of the discussion today.
I'm not really sure on like, it would be fine if it was in the like away from the residential area, but like more like not so close to like the school and stuff that's in our neighborhood.
So you'd want considerations around like school distances and stuff like that, like, because there's setbacks sometimes for other things like liquor stores. So that kind of thing is what you'd want to be considered.
Yes.
Okay, no, that helps. And I'm not sure if you emailed my office yet. I've gotten a lot of emails, and I haven't cross-referenced your name with my list. But if you haven't reached out to my office directly about the Dover Court community's concerns, please know that my office is here and happy to support and provide more information and continue to advocate for the residents there. So while we're talking today more broadly citywide about homeless shelter standards and land use for shelters, do know that I hear those concerns and I'm available if ever you need me.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack, if I may, I'll just go to the clerk. Any update on the other three speakers?
Fang Yi Duan has withdrawn their request to speak, and we have not heard from the other two speakers yet, but we are trying to get a hold of them.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Jan. So I just want to say thank you for coming today, and I just wanted to dig into the last question sort of Councillor Rutherford was just asking, because I, as she sort of mentioned, today's conversation specifically is a bit more broad about where we should consider allowing shelters to exist. It's less local to this specific one, but I know your councillor has been working very hard on this. I took a peek at her Facebook page and it was getting a lot of activity, so I know she's very, very much on top of the specific. So then to ask more broadly again, I'm hearing, because really we have three choices in terms of where we could locate shelters. Okay. You could locate shelters in residential areas, you could locate them in commercial, you could locate them in industrial, we could locate them in all three or two of the three, any combination of those three.
Right.
Generally speaking, over the years, I would suggest we've heard a lot of concerns from folks about having a shelter immediately in a residential neighborhood, for some of the same reasons you've raised. Yeah. So if we were to not allow it in an industrial space, then we only by default have two other options, which is the residential and commercial, which would, generally speaking, locate a shelter closer to a residential neighborhood than what you would see in a residential. So I guess I want to ask that question about, when you think about that, I understand your specific localized concerns, and I think those are great questions, but what I'm just wondering about from a citywide perspective, if you were choosing, what would you want to, where would you generally recommend that council locate shelters? Would it typically be in the areas that are further from residential or closer to residential?
I'm gonna say further from residential. Okay. For sure. But not because at the same time I understand that the people do need resources and they do need to have access to staff. I understand that. Yeah. But when it comes to safety concerns, that's the... Yeah.
And I think you've hit the tension, which is that if you go too far from an area and you don't have good transportation, I mean, I was reading even on, I heard some of the feedback, and this isn't unique to your neighborhood, unfortunately, we're seeing it citywide, where there are encampments in almost every community right now. Mm-hmm. I think you have encampments in your community, I know there's encampments in the communities I represent, and so if you're too far away from these areas, then what likely happens, which is what we're finding right now, at least in the West End, is that folks who are experiencing homelessness aren't going downtown to access the shelters because, well, for a variety of reasons. So we don't want to put things too far away that continues to discourage people to not go to the shelter and instead be under a tree in a community where they're not getting support. So that's part of how we're trying to figure out what the right way forward is on this, and the added complication, and I'll let you share your thoughts, is that in the end it's ultimately provincial jurisdiction for most of this, which makes it even more challenging. So any thoughts on that?
There are yes, I understand there is a lot of challenges with that, with the transportation and stuff like that. But what I'm also noticing is that a lot of the homeless are also making their way towards Westmount, in that area. Yep. But I'm noticing a lot more in there too. Yeah. So I'm kind of understanding why you kind of want to build a shelter in that particular area. So,
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Well, no, I again appreciate you coming by, and it's not an easy conversation. And there's a separate one that I'm sure your councillor will have around how we work together, community and council, advocating to the province for a better solution overall, because shelters are still interim, and we need more housing. So
Yeah.
appreciate you coming by. Those are all my questions, Councillor Jantz.
thank you.
Okay, seeing no further speakers and hearing from the clerk that we haven't been able to reach the other public speakers, we can now go to questions of administration. Councillor Knack.
Again, I'd be happy to, I think this is Councillor Rutherford's motion, and I know she's not on committee, but happy to defer if she wanted to start.
Sure, and I'll see Councillor Rutherford. Do you want to go first?
It doesn't matter to me. I'm happy to defer to committee on this. I'm glad I was able to speak to the resident first. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Knack.
Sure. Yeah, then I will just kick us off here, and wanted to ask a little bit about one of the questions Councillor Rutherford was asking about with the speakers. Just, I mean, essentially the recommendation focuses more on the land use conversation, not so much on the changing from the standards to the best practices. That's not, we're not voting on something that would say whether we should go to a best practices or standards. This is just internally the work sort of you're shifting to. Because I'm trying to remember, the council ultimately did approve the standards, right? That was, yeah.
Yes, so City Council directed administration to develop these minimum emergency shelter standards back in 2021, and then they were presented at committee on August 25th, 2021, and endorsed by City Council August 30th, 2021.
So is there going, I might have missed it in the report, are you looking for something similar to different meeting around that sort of switch? Or I'm just trying to figure out when's the appropriate time if we have questions about the shift. Overall, I like the idea of the best practices guide because of the authority, but are you looking for sort of is there a separate conversation other than today? Are we focusing on sort of the land use where industrial shelters are used, and this is just more of an attachment to this report, or?
In honor of the time that council has, we were trying to expedite that conversation so that we can have both of those conversations here today.
So we can ask questions if we have anything on the best practices guide. Would you be looking for, again, I guess because we did it on the other one, like, are you looking for a formal endorsement from council, or are you just sort of, is administration, you have the delegated authority to just say, we're doing this, if you have any questions, speak now or forever hold your peace type thing?
My understanding is we have the authority to do this,
Perfect,
but we will bring forward in the general, the plan, I think, is to bring forward in the general repealing bylaw in 2024, the name change.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay, so I might have questions about that later. I just wanted to get a sense of what I was asking about today. So I think the recommendation around where to locate that is good. The one question, and I'm sure Councillor Stevenson, who has been working on a motion with you on this, so I'm just going to preempt it because I've got some time, around making sure we're not setting up these sort of mega shelters where you have a 300-person bed. Have you thought about that? And again, appreciate ultimately the province funds them, and they felt that for some reason a 300 mega shelter is reasonable, although I think we ran into some challenges ourselves with the convention center back in the day. The recommendations wouldn't address that, so we would need to provide a separate motion if we were looking to try to prevent a massive shelter of overnight beds.
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay. Excellent. And is there a way, because I think this will be the other question, because your recommendation is to limit beside heavy industrial use, which I think is a good one. Essentially, can we do a 0.1, 0.2 and try to capture that together if we're trying to say, it's just, I know that you're going to come forward with a set of recommendations, so it's just something we can fine tune and still capture your existing recommendation, because right now we're not approving the actual bylaw change. We're just saying, please go work on that bylaw change. So if we just itemized, here's a 1, here's a 2 or 3, then you would go write it with that in mind.
I mean, I'm not certain procedurally if it would all be loaded into a single motion, but yes, I mean, ultimately, if that's the recommendation, we would go forward and do the work together.
We probably can, depending on what all the 1 and 2s and 3s are, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I don't really want to focus too much on the best practices guide because, as you've stated, it's aspirational, it's non-binding. But I do appreciate the work that's been done on this. And I guess my next question is then now will resources that have been allocated to that, will now they be used somewhere else?
The only resources that go into developing the best practices guide are staff time. So
Right.
when this is done, I mean, in terms of our ongoing relationship building with operators to support them in adopting parts of the standard where there are opportunities and advocating and speaking with other orders of government about the needs of Edmonton's houseless community, that work is ongoing. But in terms of like this specific project, no, it comes to an end and we'll work on something else.
Okay, good, excellent, okay. And then you talked about, and I think it was Ms. Flaman, you talked about the diversity of shelter providers now. And you spoke of the Indigenous shelters in that, but I'm just wondering, there's many other users that were noted in the report, such as youth, 2S LGBTQ, immigrants. I'm just wondering, has there been any focus on those users of the shelters? Any specific shelters built for them?
I think we'd have to go back to the government of Alberta and get an update on where some of that movement might be looking at. But I think the diversity of services, I think, is something that we were really quite pleased with, that when you look at across a number of the operators, there are meals, community hubs, there's low mobility, there's in-talks, there are health services, and I think, wound care, foot care, emergency and overdose prevention. So it's the nature of the services that are available, I think, is another important factor.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you. And what other questions did I have? Whoops, just let me check my notes. Okay, I don't want to ask about that. Okay, and so I guess some other services as well. I think you had mentioned addictions and that, but what about services provided like for mental health within the shelters?
Yeah, so in addition to the more emergency response type of health services, there also are connections and assessments that go to overdose, addiction, and mental health. And then there's clothing, laundry, ID services, shower and hygiene, income supports and navigation. So all of those services are provided.
Okay, so these are more just referrals to, and again, I just want to focus on the mental health challenges. These are referrals, or is there actual psychologists, therapists on site in any of the shelters to help people through their mental health challenges?
Well, some of the teams are registered nurses, licensed practical nurses, primary care paramedics, and emergency medical responders. I do have that information.
I saw someone shaking their head no.
Hi, Jared Abbott from Affordable Housing and Homelessness. Yeah, as far as in my conversations with the shelter operators, during the engagements, they didn't mention any kind of those higher tier sorts of mental health supports like psychologists and those sorts of things on site, but we can follow up and confirm that. Okay, great, thank you. And then, so consultation has been done with shelter operators. Any consultation done with the landowners in the industrial areas? So I understand the concern is that in residential areas or whatever, property owners don't want to lease out their property to shelter providers. Do we know that property owners in industrial areas are willing to lease out?
We know that shelter operators are in talks with landowners in those spaces, and that they have been identified as good opportunities by shelter operators. So my educated assumption would be that yes, they are willing to move forward. And I mean, certainly the 149th Street West End location is an example of that.
Okay, my time is almost up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That'll be Rice.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. So thank you to the city administration for the report. I know the report is the combined of the land use and also the guidance and the new strategy, and we try to look at. There's some like the clarification may need it, but I do want to say the interconnect pieces elements there and in the report. So my first question is about procedural question, and if right now we're more focused on the land use, and if committee approved this proposed tax amendment to the bylaw, but this bylaw between now and October 1st for the public hearing, we still have the time. Does that mean during this time and our public has the opportunity to engage and provide the inputs?
There would be an opportunity through the public hearing process, Councillor.
So yes, public hearing process, as the public could come to speak. My question is about, is there any specific planned engagement with the public between now and October 1st when the bylaw come back?
No, Councillor, there won't be any opportunity for specific public engagement events.
So what's the reason for that? And why is there anything because when the bylaw change come back between now and bylaw change, and then their public engagement, so what I heard, no engagement at all. The only opportunity is a public hearing session.
Councillor, if we were to, if the council so desires, then we will have to delay the public hearing date from the October date.
But from requirement does not need that. Is that correct? And we only need for the engagement requirement only needed is just public hearing.
Public hearing is the engagement process in that sense, Councillor.
So there is no other engagement and to gather people's inputs like we did for any other land use bylaw, and then to provide the notice or advance notice. There is no that type of steps involved.
No, Councillor, that is not required in this case.
Okay, so that's his number one question. Number two question, we heard about the specific bylaw. I want to focus on today's decision in front of committee. The 3.12.2, and then is about the heavy industrial zone. And does that mean, and for the light industrial zone and for other industrial zone, we still allowed the shelter sites to be permitted? Can you clarify that?
So a shelter is not currently permitted in the medium industrial or heavy industrial zone. So we're just here talking in terms of the proposed amendment about the business employment zone, which is generally a light industrial type of zone.
So does this mean, and I didn't get an answer from my question, and maybe I'll reframe my question. My question is, does this change means and year-round shelters and seasonal shelters are not permitted on any industrial zone, or just only heavy industrial zone?
It's not permitted on a business employment zone that's next to a heavy industrial site. It's also not permitted on the heavy industrial site itself or on the medium industrial site. That's all. We're not here to propose any change in that regard.
Okay, so this, I know what you mean, but the wording here is only focused on heavy industrial zone here. That is why I'm asking that question.
Yes, the proposed bylaw amendment would say that on a business employment, so the proposed amendment is within the business employment zone. So any of those sites that's located directly abutting or next to a heavy industrial site would not be permitted a shelter.
Okay, but will be permitted, and then in the light industrial zone.
In the business employment zone, which is the character of that zone is generally light industrial uses.
My time is out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Yeah, Mayor Sohi.
Oh, thank you. Pleased that we have more shelters now, pleased that we have better, standards in shelters. My question is that despite all those efforts, we are still continue to see people on the street struggling, some unable or unwilling to go to shelters. Of their past experience, trauma, various reasons or restrictions, or they're excluded because of past behavior. What do we do about that? What are the options for them? Because I'm seeing more and more people in downtown, in Chinatown, just wandering around. People who were living in encampments, since we cleared encampments, are being displaced into the neighborhoods. So what do we do about that?
We recognize the continued challenge that Edmontonians are facing. And when it comes to people being in a space in their journey of agency to entertain and accept services that are offered, people are in different places. And we cannot compel people to take services that are offered. What we can do is have continuous, consistent outreach to remind folks that there are options available to them should they wish to take them.
And I understand that our bylaw officers, police officers offer that support, and some people don't accept that support because various reasons. What I'm trying to get at is that those who go to shelter, good. From shelter, if they have services connected to housing, I have questions on that. Whether are we actually lifting people out of houselessness? What I'm trying to get at is, what can we do? What are the options we can present to the province who are responsible for this? That those who would not go to the shelter, what options can we create other than them setting up encampments, which are deplorable? And I went with you to see some of those encampments on terrible, terrible places, right? So what option can we create for them that are acceptable to them, that are not shelters, or maybe shelters that they can go to?
Yeah, you ask an excellent question. Yeah. This is an issue that any municipality of any size is grappling with.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to, again, working with different orders of government, creating choice and diversity of supports to meet folks where they are. The Navigation Center has been a positive step forward to getting people connected to the supports that they need when they are ready. But again, it comes down to personal choice and agency, and it's the continuous and consistent outreach.
But are those really personal choices? I don't know. I don't think they're personal choices. I think the choices people are making because they don't have any other options that will accommodate their needs, whether it's addictions needs, whether they're harm reduction options that are not available in shelters, right? Or, people who are addicted to substance disorder, like they have to, they're dependent on that, and that is not allowed in shelters, right? So I think what I'm trying to get at is that we figure out the shelter part. May not be perfect, but it's much better than where we were a couple of years ago. But there's a gap here, right? I don't know what we can offer to the province, what we can say, okay, province, there's a gap. There's a 20 to 30% of the population of who experience houselessness that are not accessing shelters, but they're still causing harm to them, harm to society, and they're living in deplorable situations in encampments. What are some of the more decent, dignified options for them? I don't know what they are. That's I'm posing this question. Maybe we need to do some jurisdictional scan. What are the other municipalities doing to meet the needs of that particular population?
Yeah, that work is ongoing. There are multiple intergovernmental tables across Alberta and across the country and across the world. Our teams are very connected to discover what those best practices are and doing our best to create more opportunity, more diversity, more choice. You know, I agree with you. Is it a choice? We're now talking about agency. We're talking about executive function.
Yeah.
I'm not a medical professional, and we do rely on the experts in the field to try to lift best practices where we find them and encourage different orders of government to embrace them.
Yeah, I'll stop here. If the question will come back. Thank you. Yeah. And this is not in any way, please, like you do phenomenal work, and I appreciate the work you're doing. I'm really struggling to see options for those who are not having, who are unable to take those options that are currently available.
Yeah, for sure. And our work on the permanent supportive housing, like I don't want to lose track of the incredible gains of creating those spaces for vulnerable Edmontonians. It is absolutely a game changer.
Yeah. Thanks.
Councillor Rutherford.
Yep, thank you. You can hear me?
Yep.
I'm going to probably have a few rounds. So I'm just going to focus on the land use specifically right now. And I guess I'm just going to go to the planning and development team because when the zoning bylaw renewal project happened, I specifically was asking questions about allowing shelters and residential housing in commercial industrial areas. And the response I received from administration at that time was that that would only be in the case of hotel conversion. Is this conversation ringing a bell?
Yes, Councillor, that was with respect to the supportive housing use.
Yeah, but I think I said, like, so do we not consider temporary sleeping a residential use? Like, can you explain that use classification to me a little bit?
So the one of the changes through the zoning bylaw renewal was to actually pull shelter services out of what was formerly included in the supportive housing use under the previous zoning bylaw, and to place it into a community services use, which was felt to be the more, better aligned in terms of the actual nature of the service.
And see, I think what's concerning for me there is that was not in, when you're doing these big changes, and this is not a criticism, but that was not explicit anywhere about how these use classes were changing, and that this was because this is a pretty significant change, actually. I don't necessarily disagree with the change, but I still think if it wasn't apparent to me, I can't imagine how it was apparent to the general public that was engaging on the zoning bylaw renewal. Thoughts?
I understand your point, Councillor. You're right. It was a very big change. There were lots of components to it. If one went into the use classifications themselves, it is listed in there. But it's a valid point that with a change that big, it can be challenging to track all of the changes within.
Yeah, because I think for me, where I'm grounded in is my fundamental, piece is around when we're talking zoning is around, we're saying that these areas are appropriate for these uses and these areas are appropriate for these uses. And we're very distinct. One of the things I would say in my limited understanding of zoning is that we're very distinct in terms of what's appropriate for residential areas and what's appropriate for business and industrial areas. And we have setbacks for industrial and residential for specific reasons because of the types of uses are so distinctly different. Is that fair to say, my understanding?
Yeah, that's fair to say.
So what I struggle with is we're saying that it's not okay for residential in many of these zones that we're now saying, unless you are marginalized. And I have a real problem with that. And And also, can you clarify something for me? Because I received a letter from the Hope Mission, and they specifically mention in that letter that they are doing housing. Can you clarify that there is no housing at that site?
I don't believe that we've seen the letter, but I imagine it could be that they're undertaking quite a lot of housing activities. So I mean, Hope Mission is doing has a very robust program to link folks from the shelter to housing. So I imagine.
Okay, so can you work with my office to get clarity on that and just confirm that that is in fact the case before this potentially comes to council if it gets requisitioned?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, I'll come back for another round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks very much. You know, I have a few questions just sort of arising from my last two colleagues speaking. I think it's a really great question about how we're considering residential uses, ensuring that we're being equitable. I wonder if there's a parallel that can be drawn between this use, shelter use, and hotels. Is there consistency in terms of where hotels are permitted and where shelters are permitted generally?
I'm just thinking through, no, hotels are, not permitted, for example, in a residential area.
But neither are shelters, right? They're the community services use?
The community services use, to a certain limited extent, is allowed in residential zones.
I guess maybe more on the other side of things. Are we relegating people experiencing homelessness to areas that we don't deem fit for the hotel use, for example?
So in the case of the business employment zone, that's the focus of the amendment, a hotel would not be permitted in that zone.
Okay.
This ultimately is obviously a difficult recommendation to try to balance all of the different factors. And ultimately this is seen on our part to be a pragmatic recommendation that takes into account the level of need that we are hearing from shelter providers and the challenges that persist. And I, while the land use point is taken, we don't have the same types of inputs to consider when it comes to the hotel use.
Yeah, no, very, very fair. I really appreciate that. And I think, just on that theme as well, I think there has been talk of limiting opportunities, and I think that's maybe an important starting point. My understanding is that I think maybe 5 years ago, the opportunities for shelter space were very limited in which zones they were allowed in.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor. Prior to the supportive housing changes in 2021 that did allow supportive housing, including at the time, as going back to a previous answer, that included shelters to be located in more zones throughout the city.
Great. And I think just, on that question, so one thing that I was a bit confused about reading through this report, as the mayor alluded to, we've seen significant investment from the province in our shelter capacity, going from 700 permanently funded spaces to 1,800 permanently funded spaces. My understanding is that part of the benefit of providing that permanent funding is that we wouldn't have that seasonal flux where every winter we're scrambling to open up temporary shelters. So could you talk me through a little bit more about that demand or our expectations of additional development permits coming forward, recognizing that we're now kind of getting up to the required capacity and we'll hopefully have to have sort of those one-offs, temporaries being a much rarer occurrence?
Thank you, Councillor. In our conversations with shelter operators in the GOA, we're not anticipating any shelter development permits to be coming in at this time. Most of the sites have been identified and are underway. And yeah, over the next couple of years, perhaps as maybe some shelters move locations, but for this winter, we're not anticipating any new sites.
I'll maybe foreshadow an amendment or a motion that may be brought forward by a colleague, but you know, I think what I saw in the what we heard report, I think in the best practices that was done, you know, we did sort of hear that large congregate sleeping spaces are not a preferred approach, either by providers or by those receiving the services. Is that fair?
Yeah, during the engagements, I mean, we had, you know, fairly kind of blue sky conversations with operators that kind of in a perfect world, you know, from a just managing a number of people perspective, you know, what were some shelter size thoughts, and that's kind of where some of those numbers came from. But obviously, you know, as the realities of trying to operate a city or operate a shelter, and you know, kind of some of the funding implications put on by the province that will definitely impact that.
Thanks. I'll come back for some more. Oh, I have 10 seconds if there was something else.
I was just going to add that while they were positing that 125 was sort of that upper end of the limit, that all of the shelter operators were in agreement that there should be no limit on size.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
Just to two things. First, Councillor Salvador's on a first round.
My apologies, Councillor Salvador. Is Councillor Salvador still here? On the board? Well, it's just I can't see her. Is she a hologram? Okay, she is. Yeah, what is reality? Yeah. Councillor Salvador was on the board, but then you were off.
Can you hear me?
I don't hear anything. What's going on? Yeah. Clerk, can we put Councillor Salvador on for 5 minutes? Awesome, thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know why my name was going on and off, but I would like a round. So wanted to pick up on the mayor's line of questioning because I share some of those concerns around you know, what we're seeing as reality in our community, and then what some of the numbers are saying related to the provincial government's assertions around shelter capacity. So maybe just to start, are the 1,800 spaces available today?
Yes, yeah, they are. There's, you know, a couple of the sites, for example, the Enoch Run Muskokamik site is undergoing some renovations and whatnot, so there's a little bit going on just in ramping up for winter. But for the most part, those spaces are available.
Okay, so the 1,800 spaces are available today. The last I checked, around 80% capacity. Is that correct?
It varies based on site to site.
Right. So I guess similar to the questions around being in that reaction mode, you know, I'm deeply concerned that despite the numbers that are presented, you know, we're still seeing many folks living in our river valley, in our ravines, in our communities, in encampments. So what do we do when it gets cold and folks are still in those spaces? And I guess is there anything further we can do to compel or push the provincial government to do more?
So the government of Alberta does monitor emergency shelter capacity and are communicating to us that there is availability for all folks who need it in shelter, and repeatedly share that message with us. The City of Edmonton has the extreme weather response, which tries to amp up the provision of accessibility to services in extreme weather situations, particularly in the winter. Obviously, there is a correlation between increased usage in extreme temperatures and reductions in capacity over time. But I think overall what I would say is that the City of Edmonton, City administration is really committed to working with the government of Alberta to make sure that every person who needs access to an emergency shelter can do so.
Yeah, and I really, really appreciate that deep commitment. Maybe I'll ask a question about the shelter standards going to best practices guide. So my understanding is that I think it was 2022 when the province published the action plan on homelessness. Some of the actions, but not all of the actions, were integrated into that plan. I guess are there identified gaps or things that weren't included that remain important but maybe missing at this point.
I think I'm probably better positioned to talk about the things that have transpired, if that's helpful. So the provincial government has implemented a number of actions that have improved the accessibility and quality of emergency shelter services in Edmonton, as were laid out in that 2022 action plan, including increasing capacity, increasing the diversity of providers. So there are three new emergency shelter providers compared to the 4 original ones that we had in 2021. 2 of them are Indigenous, 1 is exclusively serving women. So we would see that as a vast improvement in terms of increasing accessibility for priority populations. We also know that the province is working with emergency shelters in piloting different types of interventions that can improve referrals, like an integrated service hub that is at Hope Mission right now, and they've seen positive results from that work. They've also introduced more diversion programming into emergency shelters, meaning if you are newer to homelessness, you're coming into an emergency shelter, and you perhaps don't need sort of that intensive case management, but just light touch support in order to get back into housing, that they're redirecting those folks from emergency shelters into appropriate supports and services. And so I think that those gaps are really tangible ways that we have seen the effectiveness of the Emergency Shelter Now Best Practices Guide be used to advocate for change and to communicate the need based on input from providers. And that's really like the utility of this document, and I think that we would continue to use it in our conversations with the government of Alberta moving forward.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that answer, and that's really helpful. Really quickly, I just wanted to pick up on the piece around diversion programs for folks who are sort of just entering homelessness. So the bottleneck and the deficit in affordable and supportive housing that is really limiting our ability to sort of transition folks from shelter to housing, like that is still huge. Yeah, I don't have time, but I might come back to that.
Like you nailed it.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
I believe you have some guests.
Yes, actually, thank you. We can welcome this year's City Hall School teacher participants who are here for a training session. They represent schools from all 12 wards and will be bringing their classes to City Hall School starting in September to May of this school year. And I think I can say that going to City Hall School is an absolute highlight of all of our time as mayor and councillors, that getting grilled about property tax assessment rates by a group of grade 5 and 6-year-olds is daunting, and it is always a wonderful, heartwarming experience and a reminder about who we are truly building this city for. So I would ask my colleagues that we can give an enthusiastic welcome to, and I apologize if I mispronounced your names, guest teacher Hermary, Dastus, Rogers, Wakeman, Ouellette, McDowell, Tanis, Kryko, Rollins, Kenisevich, Martin, Brenton, Barnfarther, Prodor, Yassine, Eaton, Solomon, Rhodes, Stock, Merkonjic, McCormack, Nehowski, Semeniuk, Stamper, Troutman. Please give a warm welcome to all of these teachers. Thank you. So, who got to be the mayor at your mock city council? Did you debate backyard chickens? That's usually we get the students here and they give us a play-by-play of what they learned at City Hall. So,
did they do a mock council?
Did you?
There are some pretty awesome teachers that are taking their time before they go back to school to learn all about City Hall School.
Well, thank you so much for coming. And again, if you can give us as much notice as possible, we love to we love to excuse ourselves from council meetings to attend and participate. And if we can help in any way, please do reach out. So thank you all for everything you do. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting as we continue. And don't leave all at once. Next speaker in the queue, Councillor Knack.
I'm going to keep finding reasons to not let myself speak for a moment. There is one of our, I think we just lost them. One of our speakers who didn't get to speak, had just signed up and then left. So, okay, well, I will then, because they're not there, I'm just going to move forward and make the motion that I sent in the chat.
So my motion will be that Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council that administration prepare amendments to zoning bylaw 20001 to address the following. Number one, add section 3.12.2, year-round shelters and seasonal shelters are not permitted on a site that abuts a site in a heavy industrial zone, as outlined in attachment 7. And number two, limit the maximum floor space of congregate sleeping areas within seasonal and year-round shelters. Just as a quick introduction, this takes 1/2 of the recommendations in in attachment 7, and which is point number 1. Point number 2 was drafted by Councillor Stevenson. I just made a slight modification there to just make that as part of the overall. And just as a reminder, the reason, while technically committee is not required to recommend this to council, the reason for that, it is allows the original mover of the motion that generated this report, Councillor Rutherford, to then work on potentially a subsequent motion that might deal with something outside of the conversation but connected to the conversation we have. So, and since we only have 2 items on the agenda and we are scheduled until 5 o'clock, I figured better to debate the motion now than wait until council when our time is often more limited. So that's the idea behind here. That's my introduction, and actually I have no further questions for administration, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. Next in the queue is Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for putting this motion on the floor. Maybe just a couple questions that's kind of sitting with me a little bit, mostly to clarify the piece around the heavy industrial, the IH. You know, I do see that you don't recommend medium industrial in the report. I guess I'm just wondering why is medium industrial typically have less potential high-risk sources?
Councillor, you are correct. Medium industrial typically has less high-risk sources. Heavy industrial zone has a higher propensity of high-risk sources.
Okay, because like throughout the report, the two are fairly, you know, kind of talked about together until this section around like really distinguishing them. So I was kind of curious. I think earlier there's a question about how many there's been new beds added with the GOA funding, but how many have we had new shelters since 2021?
Yes.
How many?
I will look into it and we can get back to you on that, Councillor.
Okay, because I do recall a lot of beds were added to existing operating ones, but I was wondering about the new ones. And then the standards, which now be called best practice guide, I guess when a new shelter applies and, you know, gets through and does open up, I guess I'm just wondering what's the process of getting that guide to them? Or is it a matter of this is our recommendation to the government then shares with the shelter providers, or?
We have ongoing conversations with emergency shelter providers and would share the updated guide with them. Sorry, is that your question, Councillor?
Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of, you know, since we're not, you know, responsible for the operating of these shelters, I'm just wondering how, like, at what point do we get this into their hands for the most effective use?
Gotcha. Okay, so we engaged a number of emergency shelter providers in order to produce the update to the best practices guide. And so they know that we are circling back with them with the final copy after this meeting, pending the outcome. And we also have ongoing conversations with them as it relates to their plans, relationships with community. Administration supports emergency shelter providers in communicating out to community where appropriate. And so we have pretty good standing relationships with them and would offer opportunities to help support them in implementing anything that's in the guide should they have an opportunity to do so. And just on your previous question, there have been 4 new emergency shelter sites since 2021.
And they're all in CB or BE zones?
I would need to check that, but certainly the new one that's opening in October on 149th Street that's run by Hope Mission is.
Right, okay. And then just finally, you mentioned that some of the providers talked about how having shelter size limitations and location limits could result in lost funding opportunities. Wondering if you can expand that. I'm wondering why.
Yeah, so we wanted to highlight that, you know, when a shelter site's able to find a specific site where kind of everything has come together, where they have found a landlord that's willing to lease to them, and a site that works well for the clients that they're serving, that at times the shelter operator needs to move quite quickly in order to kind of secure that lease, and they basically need to have everything in order to get the funding from the provincial government. So if there's, you know, red tape or additional roadblocks, then that could slow things down, and therefore the funding might not end up flowing because the site itself might fall through.
Well, because I'm assuming that they would, yeah, okay. I guess I just assume that they would be looking for those locations within those parameters, but are you saying like having a parameter makes it harder, but there would be less options? And that's could lead to the scenario you're talking about, right?
Yeah, so in our engagements with shelter operators, they've found it very, very difficult to find shelter sites, particularly to lease shelter sites. And so generally, when they start to look, they just try and find spaces that will work as best as can for their clients, and then you know, elements of like what is the site zone kind of come after that generally. But it's yeah, they found it very difficult to find sites, so they're looking at all zones.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Sorry, is it Gerald or Jared?
Jared.
Jared,
Yeah.
okay. You kind of shook your head with Councillor Tang's question about how many of the four were in the CE or BE zone. Was it just the one that Rachel had mentioned, or were there others?
No, I think we would have to go back and look at the zoning for each of those sites.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And you also mentioned earlier that there's no limitation on size, but of the shelters. Is that tied to the provincial funding? Because you had also mentioned that that's what the operators had spoke about too, was the provincial funding.
Just more, you know, when they're working, my understanding is that when the operators are working with the GOA, you know, they have a number of folks that they're hoping to house at a particular site in mind, and so they're looking at sites that, you know, would hold 100, 150, whatever kind of the number that they're being funded for by the government of Alberta for that site. So.
Okay, so the larger the site, the more the funding?
I mean, we're not privy to any of those contracts, so I wouldn't be able to comment.
Okay. And then I'm just also wondering, because the guiding principles really aren't binding on the provincial government, is this motion as far as restricting the number of shelter beds, is that binding on the provincial government within our zoning bylaws?
Sorry, would you be able to rephrase that?
Is the restriction to the number of beds, so in this motion, I think it's talking about 100, does the province have to adhere to that?
So in our zoning bylaw, we'd be able to...
Oh, Mike, can you move the mic down a bit? Thanks.
So in our zoning bylaw, we'd be able to restrict the number of beds because that is the intensity of the development. And then
Councillor, just to add to that, I think the question is if it's the province funding the project, do they have to adhere to our zoning bylaws? And the answer is yes. So unless the province is undertaking the project itself, it only has that superior power and legislative authority to override our zoning bylaw.
The province can undertake their own shelters?
If they were doing that, that's to answer your question around, do they have to adhere to that cap?
Okay, they do if it's on
Correct.
our city land or owned by a separate operator. If they have their own land and operate their own, then they don't have to adhere to that.
Correct.
Okay,
Which is not the model they are pursuing right now.
okay, thank you. And, okay, I think someone also, okay, in regards to Councilor Salvador's question. Oh, no, I'm going to go back to the industrial development. So, right now, we're also looking at, increasing our industrial development in that. Is this in any way going to inhibit that being achieved? If we're now allowing greater usage in industrial or in industrial areas?
Councillor, there's a potential that if there's a shelter already existing, it would have impact on the future development potential of a heavy industrial site, provided there are risk impacts emanating for that future heavy industrial site. So in a sense, there is a potential to sterilize some heavy industrial sites if a shelter is already existing in the vicinity.
Okay.
But looking at overall numbers, the numbers are very, very low percentage-wise. We are looking at 3.4% or 0.4%, 3.4%. So is there a potential? Yes, but the numbers are very low.
Okay.
Councillor, just to add to that, that's part of the balancing act of the recommended amendment, which wouldn't allow the shelter use or the community service use next to heavy industrial. It's both to mitigate the risk presented by the heavy industrial to the use, but as well as mitigating the impact of how that operation of the heavy industrial has to be changed or can't happen if there is that sensitive use nearby.
Okay, but that same risk wouldn't necessarily be applicable to, and I'm sorry, what is it, is it the CE zone? No.
The BE zone.
The medium industrial, it wouldn't be a risk to the medium industrial expanding?
So the intention of the medium industrial zone is generally for the operations to contain their nuisances, that's quote unquote, within its own site. And the difference between that and the heavy industrial is that the heavy industrial, its nuisances can migrate off site. So that's why there's generally a transition between that business industrial, medium industrial, and then heavy industrial into the center of most of these industrial parks.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that further clarification. Appreciate it. Time's up.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. I still want to go back to the first question I asked in terms of public engagement, and because shelters and then also housing and homelessness is a big topic and public and really care about, and also those change and to the new zoning bylaw will impact the business community and also will impact industrial community as well. So between this change now and to the public hearing session, and then because I recall when we did the new zoning bylaw change, we have lots of public engagement, including survey session and online open house, all kinds of things. Is that possible right now? And between now and public hearing, we do some like public survey. At least we get the voice from business communities, and industry community, and the public members.
Councillor, we can connect with the industrial groups, the partners who represent industry. We can definitely reach out to them and connect with them.
And how about the public members? Because I really appreciate the engagement is done comprehensively with the service providers, and then but I did say the gap there, and we do not have the engagement and from public members and also business community industrial groups as well.
Councillor, just to add on to the engagement piece, it will be difficult to do broad engagement on a amendment such as this in that short amount of time. Just as a reminder, there is the current opportunity to do these shelters in the zone existing today. What is being proposed is that cap be removed. Granted, and I appreciate there is additional impact. So in terms of that engagement, we can commit to engaging with our industrial partners through the advocacy groups to gain that perspective in terms of what they view or how they view this amendment, and we can bring that back to council when it returns to public hearing.
Okay, thank you for that answer, and it is a portion of the one piece of improvement. So the next question. So I appreciate Councillor Nak's motion on the floor, and I understand the administration provided 3 recommendations reflects in 2 tax amendments in bylaw. So for the first one, that is already in attachment 7. So I'm okay for that one. For the second one, I do want to get sense and from you, and if we still keep this limitation there for the spaces, and because the limitation, the recommendation is no restriction on the size, location, and the spaces. Right now, we still keep this one on the spaces. Does that mean for the 500 square meters, for that one, we still no limitation? And that's number 1 question. Number 2 question is about how this could impact and link back to our best practice guidance, and we just proposed today and in 2024.
So on the first question, if I think, Councillor, you were referring to the motion that's on the floor right now.
The number part 2, and how that link back to the no restriction and for the 500 square meters. So does this impact that piece, or we will no restriction for the 500 square meters, only limited this piece?
As I understand the motion, the change would not include lifting the 500 square meter limitation, but instead it would have us look into a maximum floor space of congregate sleeping areas. So if the motion passes, then the 500 square meter limit would remain in the BE zone, as I understand it.
Okay, if that is the case, let me think about, I would like to say that limitation to be left. And then because we say very clear in the reports and could impact for the funding for other type of things. So I will working offline and to see if there are any amendments I would like to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor, I guess it would be Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, thank you. So we have more shelters now, and those shelters have better services that connect people to housing and other services. And we have the navigation center, which has, I think, 1,900 or so people that have accessed the navigation center. Are we seeing more people being housed because of those interventions?
So I would say that it's difficult to track through the housing process, like the links from beginning to end for each individual end user, and attribute outcomes to specific point in time interventions. Certainly, we're still seeing a challenge around the bottleneck for folks accessing housing. So that's not to say that housing work isn't happening, but the big challenge that we're experiencing in our system right now that's been previously communicated to committee and council through updates brought by Homeward Trust is that the number of people falling into homelessness is not being matched with the number of people being housed out of homelessness because of that bottleneck effect, which is why if you look at the by names list, it's a relatively stagnant number, even though hundreds of people are being housed every month.
So more people are being housed, but unfortunately more and more people are falling into the houselessness.
That's correct.
And do we have a good understanding why? Because if we don't close that gap, right, then you can have more shelter, you can have more interventions, the numbers are going to drop. Yes, people get helped, right? Absolutely. Everyone being housed is important, right? Or everyone accessing those services. But we are not making, the decline is not there, right? The overall numbers remain where about more than 3,000.
Certainly, and there are a number of different factors that influence the rate at which people experience homelessness, and that's why in the Homelessness and Housing Services Plan that was presented to committee for the City of Edmonton's role has highlighted prevention as a priority area for the city to help bolster efforts.
Right. The recognizing, and I think this summer, at least it's my experience, I don't know if it's backed by numbers, but I hear that from other community members as well, that we are actually seeing more visible houselessness in our streets, whether it's because of the encampment clearing, whatever, I don't know what the reasons, right, what are. Do we have a space, daytime drop-in center for houseless people to go to instead of, hanging around Churchill Square, other place? Like, is there a place people can go and just mingle with each other and build that sense of community that they're doing not on the street? Now they're doing that on street corners. Is that a gap that we have identified?
Various providers do have day services that are available at different times of the day. And all of the emergency shelter 24/7 are available. When we're talking about the size of these operations, one of the things that we heard from shelter operators is that allowing for flexibility in that size allows for greater day service programming. If they have to convert and clean where people are sleeping into a place, then when people can spend some time during the day.
But it's still a shelter place that turned into kind of drop-in center during daytime, right? But it's not like, those of us who are fortunate enough to have a decent place to call home, we like to socialize. We like to go to a rec center, to the library, or to a senior center. But that doesn't exist. That kind of service is not available. There's no similar drop-in center like a senior center that will meet the needs of the houseless population. So they actually move away from, get away from their shelter, actually go somewhere else that they can spend their afternoon or morning.
Well, Bissell, Boyle, the Mustard Seed, E4C, there are some of those providers that do have not emergency shelter, but day service opportunities.
Yeah, okay. Quickly to the mover, part one. Can you quickly explain your intent on that, because I missed that, sorry.
Part one is just taking the first, or the second recommendation in attachment 7, which is the recommendation from administration to not have a shelter immediately beside a heavy industrial area, which has obviously a larger impact externally.
Because service is not available, that's not appropriate place, right?
Because heavy industrial can actually have a impact outside of their property line, so you could actually impact the people who are using the shelter.
So that's the intent.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Salvador. Is there someone, I'm sorry, my fading eyes, is there anyone? No,
it's okay, I'll go.
Yeah.
So just sticking with a transition over to the best practice guides from the standards. So can you just help me understand how or if we have been measuring, or if it's even possible to measure adoption of the standard, and if there's a way to monitor that adoption going forward, and I guess what role we can play as I guess conveying that information not just to operators but to the province as well, around like if we're noticing sort of sticking points where operators might want to make these changes but there's a barrier or a gap to achieving what's outlined in the guidelines.
We meet pretty regularly with the Government of Alberta CSS folks and talk about shelter winter planning and priorities that both of our governments share. And so I think we would have an opportunity in that space to talk about challenges, gaps, opportunities that are aligned with the recommendations that are in the best practices guide. In terms of measurement, some of the things that I noted earlier were recommendations that were in the best practices guide, but I think we could definitely take away an opportunity to evaluate it a little bit better. I don't think that we're in a position where we can evaluate what shelter operators are adopting. We don't regulate, it's not our business, we don't fund it. But insofar as an intergovernmental exercise about how our priorities are coming into alignment, I think that that would be doable.
Okay, and just on that note around, we don't fund shelters, not our jurisdiction, and recognizing that the guidelines are aspirational, non-binding, can you just clarify for me, does the province have a set of guidelines that are binding, that are requirements? When was the last time those were updated? And are they reflective of, or is that the 2022 action plan? I'm just trying to understand that, and are they reflective of what is in our guidelines?
So the Government of Alberta governs emergency shelters through a document called the Shelter Accommodation Expectations document. That is not a publicly available document, so I don't know how closely it's aligned or not aligned with our best practices guide.
Okay, sorry, it's not publicly available?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. That's odd to me. Okay, I think that is probably as far as I can go with that question then. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I may take the floor for 5 minutes and pass the chair to Councillor Rice, Wright?
I have the chair.
I guess we don't need to. Committee, yeah. How formal? I guess my question, and I've really appreciated the discussion thus far, I wondered, when we're talking about a bit of the shelter standards and a bit of the support from the province here, how much is being contemplated about the province providing or building shelters in neighboring communities or the region? Like, why are we talking about industrial areas in Edmonton for a population of folks who could be from Leduc? Why are we not talking about the province building shelters in Leduc?
Primarily, we work with the province to address challenges on homelessness facing our community, but I understand your point, Councillor, about regional considerations, so that's something that we could take away.
What do we track in terms of the users or the by names list or anything? How many are from, say, Leduc?
We don't have that information.
And when Leduc buses people into Edmonton and drops them off somewhere, do they notify us like, hey, it's Leduc County, we're sending 35 more people over to, Hope Mission or something?
I have no awareness of any activities of that type.
So we don't even get a courtesy call or something, or like how do we anticipate how Leduc is sending people?
Stacey Gallatley here, branch manager for social development. We haven't had any indication or reporting of that activity happening.
Okay, so Wetaskiwin had contemplated a shelter. They chose not to proceed. Leduc has chosen to close theirs and formally send people to Edmonton. That was their motion at council. What is the rest of the State of the Union? Like, is there anything in Spruce Grove?
We work on the shelter supports and systems with the GOA in relation to Edmonton. We can certainly explore that and any conversations that they might be having. Okay.
How about like do we on the by names list or anything? Do we have any sense of last residence or last known postal code or if somebody died who we notify or anything like that?
No, we do not.
It just seems kind of challenging that we're kind of looking under literally looking at places in Edmonton that we would not allow a hotel, that we're looking for shelters, while our regional partners are not assisting in providing viable spaces. So it just feels like the more we open up even more space in Edmonton, we're just going to see more and more redirecting of folks from not just the region, but all of Northern Alberta into Edmonton. Like, how are we going to mitigate that? I had a minister in the UCP say to me, if council builds it, they will come, kind of thing.
I do expect that the Government of Alberta considers their shelter locations based on demand, needs in the area, et cetera. So again, we can take that back for a conversation with them, but I don't have that answer here today.
Like, how much of this is induced demand, though? That, like, because Edmonton is providing it, that it's then, like, that we heard that with the NAV Center, because the NAV Center's in Edmonton, everyone is sending people to the NAV Center now.
We don't have reports of that activity.
Yeah. How about for youth or youth in care or like the youth empowerment support services or anyone else? Do we have any anything for minors?
Yes, operates 16 emergency shelter support beds for folks, but the system of care for youth is obviously a bit divergent than that of adults, in that you're talking across a couple of different ministries who are providing support to kids who may be in care or maybe in foster care or reconnecting with their family or separated from their family. So that system, I would suggest, is a little bit different and unique, and we've noted in the best practices guide a couple of different considerations that youth shelter providers can adopt if there is to be future youth shelter beds.
And do we know where they're coming from? Like those youth would have a guardian? Or
we don't have that information.
Yeah. So if you go to the NAV Center to get ID, what do you put as your last address? Or your address? You just Michael, unhoused?
So there are community-based organizations that offer their mailing address for folks in order to receive mail. And I mean, I don't know exactly what they do at the NAV Center, but I know that it's not uncommon practice for folks to use places like Bissell Center or Boyle Street as a mail bank.
Right, and we had a meeting recently with the Treaty 6 chiefs, and they said they were referring to many of their family in the city of Edmonton. And so, in theory, at the NAV Center, you may say, like, I am Michael, I am part of this reserve or something, so we would have some data here. I guess I'm really struggling with the absence of data, and I think that's a secondary conversation to this, but maybe we can follow that up offline. So next in the queue is Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rutherford, still with us?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I just was trying to unmute and switch between eScribe and my Google Meet. Apologize. I am going to probably have another round because I haven't even asked questions yet to the community services team, but I still want to focus on some of the land use pieces. So I'm going to stick with the team. In the report, it talked about the fact that already the planning team has the right to do variances. Can you talk me through that process? So, like, for example, if we changed nothing, you could have still granted a variance, and I think it was even granted a variance to the Hope Mission. Am I correct?
Well,
on size?
On the first question, the size limitation, yes, it can be varied. It is under the power of the development planner to do so, but I don't think on the Hope Mission site on 149th Street that you're referring to that there was a variance. That's why they pursued a rezoning instead.
So how does that variance work? Like, what would be the difference between, like, because that seems like pretty significant power already that the development officer has to grant a variance. What are the parameters around that? What does that look like for a person not necessarily involved in the day-to-day planning? What for Edmontonians, what does that process look like?
So first of all, any regulation within the zoning bylaw can be varied unless it's expressly not allowed. And there are only a few cases where a variance is not allowed. Height, floor area ratio, density, there might be another, but it's slipping my mind. So the process is that an applicant would come in with a proposal that would, in this case, be larger than the 500 square meter limit. The development planner would look at the criteria that are laid out within the zoning bylaw, which include things like looking for policy alignment with statutory plans, looking for contextual factors, looking to understand, whether the change would affect the use and enjoyment of the adjacent properties. That's the language that's in the Municipal Government Act, more or less. So yeah, that process is available, and some applicants choose, as was the case with the Hope Mission, choose not to go down that road because it also comes with it an additional opportunity for appeal.
Okay.
And that uncertainty is too uncertain for some applicants.
Okay. And then I read in the report that as part of, like, when we're talking about these industrial zones, that there's certain things that are also factored in terms of risk assessments. Zoning bylaw 2001 provides a tool for development planner to consider risk for a development. So risk assessment is part of the development permit application for, if it's 500 meters from a rail line, high pressure pipeline, or dangerous good routes, and 1.5 kilometers from a site zoned heavy industrial, which I know we've since we addressed the second point in this motion that's on the floor. But is it still at the discretion of that development planner to require that safety risk plan? And what does that look like? So, and I'm thinking specifically, again, it's just a live conversation. Hope Mission would be within that 500 meters of a dangerous good route, being the Yellowhead Trail. Can you speak to that a bit?
Councillor, both at the rezoning stage as well as at the development permit stage, risk factors are looked into. And the process for risk assessment is if we have existing risk information of a certain corridor, for example, Yellowhead in this case, we already know the profile of risk profile for that risk source. So we already are aware of the appropriate setbacks, and that's how that was supported at the rezoning stage. And similar practices followed at the time of development permit.
Do we require any kind of risk mitigation document from the service provider?
It would be required if we don't have information for a particular risk source, or if there has been changes to the risk profile in the vicinity.
Okay, thanks. I'm out of time. I'm going to need another round. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much. I want to circle back on a few of the discussion points I've heard today and seek some clarification. So I heard earlier, that services are being offered, that there are options for those exiting encampments. To the best of my understanding, the only options that exist are to go to shelter at this point. Is that correct? Like, we're not offering folks, immediate access to permanent supportive housing, even to detox or treatment. All of those other things other than shelter have lag times and wait times. Is my understanding correct?
I think so, with the added nuance that each individual interaction is unique, and so there may be someone that a person is interacting with in a public space, like a support worker, who is already tied into a program and service where they can get them in more quickly. There's some nuance in those, in that, how that support is provided and how quickly people can access services based on how they've interfaced with the system previously.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I mean, I think it's just really important that we're clear when we say that individuals have options, that they are being provided with services. I think we need to be clear that the services on offer in the moment are quite limited for the majority of interactions that we have. Yeah? Okay. Then just circling back to the day space question. So that's certainly something I've heard being a significant gap consistently. My own experience having visited a shelter recently, there are times of day where larger shelters are empty, that people aren't able to be there to facilitate the cleaning of the facility. Is that correct, to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah, during our engagements with shelter operators, I mean, it depends on the site. Some have a little bit more flexibility where they can move folks when things like cleaning or maintenance need to take place, but some of the sites, folks do have to leave for short periods of time in order to help facilitate the cleaning or maintenance needs for the site.
Yeah, and I guess a short period of time is also, I don't like, do we have clarity around what that time frame is, what that window is?
We'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay. Well, I'm just wondering if, to the mayor's point, is it possible that we could compile capacity of spaces where people can be that are not a cot or a bed during the day? Because I think there is a significant gap there in terms of the capacity. Even if people are able to stay, even if some of the shelters were fully 24/7, never closed for cleaning, again, is it realistic to expect someone to sit on a cot 24 hours a day, not have a sort of communal meeting space? So would it be possible for administration to compile our drop-in capacity, our community space capacity during the daytime?
I think we could do that. I would wonder if we could also scope in other types of social infrastructure. I want to note that folks experiencing houselessness are not just limited to day drop-in centers during the day, and there are public spaces that are available for them to access and use throughout community. And so I just think we would need to take some strong consideration into that sort of analysis.
Yeah, I think as long as we could quantify capacity of those, like all of the different options, so that we can understand, again, are there truly choices for where people can be, or are there limitations as well in terms of just pure capacity for day spaces? Yeah. Okay, I don't know if that can just be a follow-up memo, if it requires direction, but I think compiling that could help, again, maybe identify some gaps.
We can provide that information by memo.
Great. I was just wondering if administration is aware of any strategies being developed at the province to retrofit existing spaces that don't meet the current standards. For example, having eating facilities, kitchen facilities, having space apart from sleeping space. Are we aware of any strategies on that front?
From our engagements, shelter operators didn't indicate any kind of major renovations or expansions or changes in their current operations.
Okay, great, thanks, that's all my time.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jess. So the question regarding the attachments, point one, the part one recommendation for the change for the amendment. So I just wondering if that 500 square meters be removed. So that is only apply the larger shelters for the size be allowed in the industry and quasi-industry area. So in the BE zone. So I just want to get a clarification, what is scope for that change to increase the size of the shelters?
Well, I'll answer from my perspective, Councillor, and then you may want to also turn to the mover just to understand if that's the intent. But my understanding is that the 500 square meter limitation would remain in place if this motion is passed and if administration's recommendation is not accepted.
Okay, so if that's his case, so I turn to the Councillor Knack. Would you be okay, consider the friendly reminder by add that 3.12.1.
I think so. I think I can't ask a question of admin, but I would just want maybe you to consider double checking if we essentially included all of the recommendations in attachment 7. Does that at all conflict with point 2, or can you see them as coexisting? So I think it can be done, but I would encourage you to ask that question just to double check.
Yeah, my next question will be that I would like to get clarification in terms of is there any conflict with the part 2 in the motion on the floor right now?
It's a bit difficult to say, but I think it would depend on whether the maximum floor space, like reading off part 2, the maximum floor space of the congregate sleeping area within, if that's close to the 500 square meter maximum overall, then it would be difficult to achieve both of those regulations on a BE site specifically.
Councillor, in general, I think the two can coexist if you remove the 500 meters and then talk about restricting the congregate sleeping space. So in terms of the motion on the floor and for clarity, as Councillor Knack suggested, we would need the additional proposed motion to remove that 500 square meters back in the amendment. And then we can work with in terms of how to limit the congregate sleeping area. And just to be clear on that one, that would apply citywide throughout the city and not just industrial areas.
So citywide, that means everywhere, like everywhere and every zone.
Correct.
And it is a new zoning bylaw.
Yeah, so if this motion were to be approved and we were to come back to public hearing and that was to be approved, the restriction on the congregate sleeping area would apply to every zone and every shelter use across the city.
Okay, so if that is the case, I Councillor Knack, and if you are okay for that, apply to ozone, and I would like to add that as a friendly amendment.
Yeah, I think essentially that'd be a point 3 is sort of adding in that other line that had been recommended, and with the guidance we've heard from Mr. Pollack on how you can try to make those two coexist. Yeah. I would consider that friendly, but I'll defer to the chair.
Yeah, Clerk, what would be the suggested wording?
I have the wording from administration. Just to add as a 3.12.1, the maximum floor area is 500 square meters per individual establishment. This does not apply to year-round shelters and seasonal shelters.
Okay, that seems to contradict bullet number 2. No? Okay. Well, if the original amendment, Councillor Knack sees it as friendly, then we can continue talking about it then.
Okay, thank you. I may have one more question and come back to ask administration.
Okay, thank you. So Clerk, are we able to add that language then, or?
Yes, we'll get it loaded into eScribe right away for you.
Okay, perfect. Then Mayor Sohi.
Yeah. The social causes or the root causes why people fall into houselessness are not unique to Edmonton. Every community is impacted by them, right? So I want to follow up on Councillor Jan's line of questioning. If people living in the region are falling through the cracks, do they have support systems in their own communities, such as shelters, affordable housing, supportive housing, detox facilities in case of, do we have an understanding? Because the reason I'm asking that, we want to have this conversation at the Metropolitan Regional Board about having a regional approach to housing and houselessness. I would be interested in the data. What kind of support systems are available in those communities? If they are not, then how we work with the province to build those supports in those communities and in partnership with regional partners, so that people don't have to come to Edmonton to access services and shelter.
So I think there are two different parts to your question. So the first around regional housing needs. So the City of Edmonton is working with EMRB and regional partners. So we'll have a good sense of that soon around the core housing need in all of the neighboring municipalities in the greater region. On the services front, I would just offer that I know that there are connections between all of the municipalities who are distributing FCSS dollars, who communicate regularly about the types of services and supports that they offer. But in terms of like summarizing for you the suite of services that are offered in each neighboring community, I don't think we have that information here today. We'd have to go back and get it.
Yeah, is it possible to gather that information? That information would be very helpful to have that conversation with the regional mayors. Like if somebody living in Sherwood Park, if they fall through the cracks, I don't think Sherwood Park has a shelter for them. I don't St. Albert, right? So I think having that information, well, it might be helpful. Because if they're able to, I don't know, is it easy? province may have that information. They would know where the shelters are, right?
Yeah, we can go work with the province to get a sort of a map of where their shelter operations are.
Okay, shelter and also other support systems, right? You know, how much supportive housing do they have in Sherwood Park or St. Albert? I don't know.
Yeah, we can work with the province and see what
we
they
have
will.
about 600 units or so in our city, right? And we just recently built. I would be interested. I know in the housing. Would housing needs assessment will go into supportive housing, and wouldn't go into shelters, right? Would go into supportive housing.
I don't believe that we had temporary shelter or temporary housing scoped into that work. It's the housing spectrum, including market.
And how much harm reduction sites? How many harm reduction sites they have? How many detox facilities they have? How many treatment beds they have for people facing addictions?
Yeah, any of that information that's publicly available, we certainly can bring together, and we can ask the province to see what else they can provide.
Yeah, please, that will be helpful. Maybe provide through a memo, because then it enables me to have that conversation with data to support that the work.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Last question, again coming back to my previous questions. I know on this one, on the best practices guide, we were not able to engage directly with people with lived experiences, but there has been other engagements. When people are asked for support, to offer support, we say, okay, we have a shelter for you to go to. If they say no, do we ask them where they would like to go?
I think it depends on the individual circumstance and the nature of the support being offered, i.e. if it's contingent, I think, on the practices of the outreach teams and the organizations that they're with and what they can offer. Because we don't want to be offering, where would you like to go, and someone socializes that idea and then we have nothing, we have limited tools to be able to action
So again,
that, right?
come back to Councillor Stevenson's, the dominant intervention that is available are shelters, right? Not other support systems, to the extent that's okay. Good, thank you so much, appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay, so confirmation will be getting a memo that highlights a report on different supports in the regions, including supportive housing, housing needs assessments, harm reduction facilities, detox, overdose prevention sites, anything else in any of the regional municipalities.
Not only housing needs assessment, because work is already being done, that might be too much, but other intervention support systems.
Yeah, and I heard confirmation from administration they could work on a memo to that effect, so that's excellent and removes a subsequent motion, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, next, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just on a side note, I'd still probably like to formalize that in my subsequent, because I've asked many questions about the regional interplay, and we're now 3 years into my term. And so that the fact that the answers today make me very concerned about just taking our word for getting the memo up, unfortunately. I'm going to focus on questions now to the best practices guide, which I could, I received a lot of feedback from folks, specifically community leagues in and around the area that I serve related to this. And one of their questions was, it's a pretty limited engagement group that was done for this report. And notably, the EFCL was not included. Can administration speak to that? Why was the EFCL not considered a stakeholder in the engagement of this report?
Yes, thanks for the question. So for the original shelter standards, community leagues and BIAs were engaged. However, since the new guide is basically just an update to the original shelter standards and is more of a technical guide designed to help shelter operators, only subject matter experts and those involved in the shelter practices were engaged. So yeah, that was the primary.
Yeah, I think we got to be very careful about saying subject matter experts, because the whole premise of public engagement is that residents are subject matter experts in their own lives. So just be careful about that. So in that the replacement of the specialized programming requirements and under with the services and programming section. Can you elaborate on what it states currently in the proposed best practices guide around engagement and partnerships with other groups surrounding the shelter to ensure that there's an intention to not work in isolation from other stakeholders in the community?
So there is a section around neighborhood considerations, and so, you know, we encourage shelter operators to strive to be a good neighbor in the sites that they're located, and you know, to do some of that engagement work with neighborhoods and affected communities before the site opens. You know, to do in-person connections with direct neighbors, as well as developing a conflict resolution process and having dedicated contact points. So again, as the fact the city's not, you know, a direct funder of these sites, we can just kind of suggest what shelter operators could adopt, and so yeah, the best practices guide does.
But that's interesting, because I agree they are the funders. So I guess the question is, what kind of because I've been obviously getting a lot of emails, what kind of requirements does the province put on these providers in terms of engagement? You said that they adopted a thing that's in private. We can't, like, it's not publicly available, but do we know in any kind of agreements what kind of requirements the province as the funder puts on these providers for engagement, and that recognition of interconnectedness with whatever, whether it's industrial or residential or anything in between, with the surrounding users of the space?
We don't know what's in that shelter or accommodation expectation guidelines and whether or not it includes anything around working with community counselors.
Okay, and what about, like, in the example of, so based on the motion that's on the floor, it would actually negate the purpose, the need to do what happened on June 10th, as I read it. Is that correct? If there was another application similar in the B zone, they would not have to rezone to the zone that was rezoned on June 10th.
That's correct.
Okay, so when a rezoning comes up, again, we have our stuff at this point, shelter standards, and we say in there that engagement is required. While we're not the funder, wouldn't we have the ability to require that applicant to do that engagement with community prior to the zoning application coming forward?
Councillor,
based on our own standards?
Councillors, we look at the zone, not at the intended use. So the engagement would be for the zone per se, and everything permissible within that zone, not a specific use.
Okay, I'm going to have to come around for another round. I apologize.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Just a few last questions. I think this conversation this morning has been really important in sort of crystallizing some of the information that we could work to compile in terms of, what does refusing services mean? What I hear a lot of misunderstandings about that in terms of what people are being offered and what people think they're potentially turning down. Maybe further to the mayor's question about, why people aren't choosing shelters. I believe we do have that report from MAPS, the staying outside is not a preference, that sort of collates some of that information and those facts. Do you think there's space for administration to do some work, maybe like an FAQ about, what does refusing services mean? What's actually available day by day, just to help inform ourselves and also Edmontonians about, what realistically is the landscape for what's available to individuals on a day-to-day basis?
I think we could do that, yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. This is going back, it was mentioned that there's some renovations happening at the Coliseum, which which is happening. So, really excited that Confederacy of Treaty 6 is moving into this space. Just wanting to understand how we're helping and supporting them in this new work.
Can we get back to you on that?
Absolutely. More just in a question. I assume that we're sort of, again, recognizing our MOU with the Confederacy, sort of the way we want to be supporting them in this. Just wanting to confirm that, again, this is something that we're working to be supportive of to ensure they can be successful. Great. Thank you. I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you. And Councillor Rice.
Thank you. So I appreciate city administration made the commitment and to reach out to the industrial area and the industrial business group and to give their inputs on this change amendment. So I'm looking forward to see that engagement will reflect these three parts amendment motion right now in the floor. So thank you for that. Though my first question is about the funding opportunity. In terms to ask that question, I want really get clarification for the public and get this in the record. What's our city's role and in terms of the shelters, like year-round shelter and also seasonal shelters? And from the financial perspective and also governance perspective.
So as articulated in the Homelessness and Housing Services Plan, updating the best practices guide is seen as a part of our role as being an advocate and a coordinator of information. So this allows us to help to continue dialogue in community about how we can improve the delivery of emergency shelter services in a relationship-based way. As I think I've noted before, the city does not fund or regulate emergency shelters in any way. So in terms of like tracking the adoption of the best practices guide, we wouldn't be able to monitor or regulate that.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for that information. And then my next question, and specifically, is focused on the funding opportunity. I really appreciate the feedback and the service provided. And if our city going to limit the size locations, that may cause lose some like funding opportunity for them and to really maintain their capacity or increase their capacity to support our population and who needs this help. So can you explain that a little bit more about in terms of funding opportunities, how the guidance, 2024 guidance, and also this bylaw land use change and to reduce that risk for the funding opportunity?
So in terms of the motion that's on the floor, I think that administration does need to go back and speak with the government of Alberta and shelter operators, specifically around point 2, limiting the maximum floor space of congregate sleeping areas within seasonal and year-round shelters. I think there are a couple of unintended consequences that could impact the way that we come back to council in order to mitigate risk for shelter operators, specifically as it comes to adopting elements of the guide. We know that there are operators who are doing things like having flexible partitions or introducing pony walls in order to increase dignity for folks in congregate sleeping areas. And so we wouldn't want to have a restrictive floor size that disincentivizes them from trying those practices, because that's in the spirit of the guide. I think we also need to chat with them about emergency preparedness and what they do in the case of sort of a public health order or considerations of responding to emergencies where we lose capacity at other shelters that exist across the city, so that we still have adequate opportunities for providing space elsewhere should that be needed. And so I think like in terms of funding, I would just say that we need to go and chat with the GOA and shelter operators to ensure that we're not putting anyone in a position where they're not able to meet the GOA's shelter expectations in terms of size.
Because government of Alberta, they have the action plan in 2022. Their action plan actually does not fully adapt and anything in our minimal standards. So that means there is a gap there. And then, so based on that gap there, right now the guidance for 2024, if we prove the motion on the floor right now, And then there are 2 cents here. Does not mean we approve the guidance at this moment. And then they still have the conversation going on, and also the conversation regarding these 3 parts in the motion as well. And then even we approve this motion today, but does not mean this motion will be finally to be in alignment with the 2022 GOA's action plan and for certain sense, right?
I think so, yes. You're not approving the best practices guide today.
Okay. And also they not approve the bylaw. So we still have the engagement and the bylaw public hearing come back. And scheduled, I saw the reports is October 1st, 2024.
That's correct, although I do think we're going to need to chat about the timing given the introduction of point 2.
Okay, thank you very much. So looking forward for more engagement and more feedback and inputs regarding the change amendment and the proposal on the floor right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to jump off on my last line of questioning and where it kind of ended. So I think, the reason I keep bringing up the Hope mission and this is because I think it's a good case study and the implications of both the zoning bylaw renewal amendments that were approved, or the new zoning bylaw, I should say, not the amendments, the zoning bylaw, now the amendments that are proposed on the floor here. So that's the context in which I'm kind of deep diving into this. So, and how things intersect, right? Because this is what I'm seeing is a rub of planning goes off into something over here and there's a rezoning process and, it's not taking into account all of this great work from community services, both in terms of NRCs, in terms of EFCL, in terms of what we have as at this point shelter standards. So I think there's a disconnect there, and I'm trying to get at the heart of that to see what, because I am contemplating a subsequent for when this does come to council. So just going back to that last line of question, that was a very confusing answer. So you said that because I said, why was, as part of the rezoning, was Hope Mission not required to engage community as per, our current standards as part of that rezoning application? Because while we're not the funder, we absolutely had a decision-making point within this as a city. And the answer was something around, can you just flesh that out a little? Because I know we don't regulate users, but land use and zones do regulate use. But your answer was, because it was a use class, it didn't need the same. I'm just confused. So could you just help me understand your answer that I didn't get time to follow up on?
Councillor, for the engagement for that Hope Mission file, it followed our standard practice in terms of notification and collecting the information from the surrounding property owners. Whether it was a shelter use or another use that is allowed in the zone, that's what would have been followed. In the past number of years, we've been getting away from specifically engaging on the shelter use or affordable housing use through our land use process because what we found that was hindering these applications from moving forward because there's the perceived fear of these operators and that type of use coming in. So we haven't engaged in that sort of specific terms around Hope Mission is coming in or another operator is coming in. They do as part of their operations. They obviously want to be a good neighbor, so they look to engage in how to mitigate some of the concerns that are raised. However, it's not a requirement of the city to do that.
Mm-hmm. And I guess to Ms. Flaman's team, then you're kind of at times, left with the fallout of that, or in this case, yeah. While these standards, while these best practices have no, I'm going to say teeth, do you think that it's strong enough in its wording as it stands with this refresh around what the city's aspirational goals around working with community would be?
I think, Councillor, that that it supports the work that administration is doing with shelter operators, recognizing the lack of regulatory teeth, so to speak, but also the interest from community and understanding changes in their community. We totally understand that. And the component around neighborhood considerations that's in the best practices guide is informed by the shelter operators themselves who participated in the engagement. They recognize and value that community and having good relationships with the surrounding community and neighborhood is important. I think the context of each site and the neighbors that they have may require different approaches to communicating what's happening at a site, making sure we're connecting with NRCs, ensuring that the operator, where appropriate, is connected to other agencies like REACH or EPS. And certainly the operators themselves hold a lot of those relationships already. So we really see our role in administration as making sure that they have all of the tools they need to communicate their message about their operations and ensure that there are avenues to problem solve should issues arise.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Okay, seeing no colleagues wishing to speak. Oh, okay, Councillor Knack, please chime in. Oh, so you'll close. Hearing any further, okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I really briefly, well, maybe not that briefly, but I did want to take a few moments to speak. You know, I don't know if we spent enough time this morning talking about the really excellent work and research that has gone into the best practice document. I think it's a really solid foundation, and the impact that it's had since 2021 is considerable. It's something that has been, you know, seen to have such value and is really starting to have. Have those waves really get into the different operators and how people are setting up their services. So really want to appreciate the team for that. I also really appreciate the reframing of this as best practices. I think it's really appropriate given our role as a convener and advocate in this space. But again, we do, while we don't regulate the operations of shelters directly, we do also have a role as a regulator with our development and zoning processes. So, you know, we could have gone down a much more prescriptive road. We could have enshrined many more of the expectations and aspirations of the shelter model into our zoning bylaw. But I really appreciate the point that was raised by operators that, you know, these are challenging facilities to get up and running. I think there could be a real risk if we added a lot of requirement around, you know, separate sleeping and day space, dedicated spaces for communal meals, decompression space. All of those things are very valid and important, but I don't know that we would be serving Edmontonians well by being really prescriptive about each of those requirements. But I do think that there's some very clear feedback or very, very clear evidence of the impact that large communal sleeping spaces can have, particularly when those are without associated facilities. I think experience in the past and present show that that type of arrangement does not serve Edmontonians well, and that's Edmontonians experiencing homelessness and also those working or running businesses nearby. So I appreciate Councillor Knack for bringing this forward. I want to be really clear that none of this is about the individuals who are accessing shelter services. It's about the land use impacts that result from certain built forms and how certain facilities are designed and developed. I think that this motion and hopefully this work going forward will be a really important step in terms of ensuring that as we move forward, that we are not repeating things that we know don't serve Edmontonians well. So really appreciate the moving this forward. I look forward to supporting it when it comes to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice. I thought I saw Councillor Rutherford on the board. Are they still with us? Okay, Councillor Rice.
Thank you. So I really appreciate today's conversations. There are lots of meaningful points, and then we discussed today. And also, I really appreciate the clarification and for city's roles and in the shelters and how we can play our part and to support the shelter's capacity to really meet the needs and from the population need this help. So I still have concern for the public engagement, and because this is will leading to the zoning bylaw change, and if zoning bylaw change need lots of input and thoughts and from the public. And so right now, what I see the gap and in engagement, and we only have like service providers to talk about from there when they run the service provided the services, what's the gap they saw and in the land use specifically and the perspective. So I still have a concern for that piece. That is why I keep asking question, how we get input from business community, how we get input from industrial groups, and also how we get input and from our community members. And their input, their voice is really important for us to make a final decision and how we can support the shelter's capacity and across the city, and then to really see this issue to be addressed in the way they efficiently and effective. That is actually what I heard over and over from my constituents, and where I represent, they are talking about and this homeless issue and the housing issue and also shelter issues, and then how we can find a way and from city's role and to support it. And so I'm glad and to have this conversation specifically and focus on the land use perspective and how the locations, say shelters locations, shelter size, shelter spaces, and then could from our city perspective to support the service provider and for them to have sufficient capacity and to support vulnerable population group. So I really appreciate the work and from city administration. And also I appreciate because this conversation we happened right now, we don't need repeatedly like the last year before last year in terms of emergency shelters. And when the extremely weather coming in and we are already, it's my hope we are already get ready to support the vulnerable population who needs those support. So I want to say thank you everyone and for your work. So I'm looking forward to heard more and from business community, industrial groups, and also our community members, and to make final decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Thank you, Councillor Jans. So first, yes, just to note, especially to our public speaker, Councillor Rutherford is going to be speaking to this when it comes to council. Since we're coming up on the lunch break, she just wanted to make sure that you were aware, and anyone from your neighborhood, that she's had a lot of questions and will be speaking to that appropriately at the right time. At this point, I feel like I should almost only talk to you because I've talked to everyone else about this topic a million times. A few reminders that I think are worth sort of starting at the top. This is good for yourself, but anyone else sort of watching online. We've heard it a million times, but we'll say it one more time just because I need to repeat it. Shelter operations, housing, mental health, and addiction support is provincial jurisdiction, not municipal jurisdiction. The only reason we talk about it here is because there hasn't been enough work done to actually solve this in any meaningful way. As a reminder, shelters are an interim solution. They are the fact that we've spent so much time debating where shelters should be and the standards. That's all fine and dandy. And again, a huge thank you to administration for doing all of the work that they do. But this is not going to fix the problem. Shelters, I don't care if we finally distribute shelters across the entire city. I don't care if they're all following the standards exactly as intended. The thing we need is housing for people to move into, housing before they become homeless in the first place, to make sure there's enough affordable opportunities, and if some people do happen to fall into houselessness, that they need housing after they become houseless, and we don't have enough. We approved a strategy, council identified a strategy that says we need about 1,400 to 1,700 permanent supportive housing units. That's for the hardest to house, those who need the greatest level of care and attention, those that need mental health and addiction support. Even though it's not our jurisdiction, City Council has been actually putting money into building housing. We're going to try to build about 500 of those 1,400 to 1,700 units ourselves. The federal government's putting in some funding, and we're awaiting, and I'm going to keep hoping that the fall, I've been told that the fall we will have a provincial plan of how they will actually bring that all together. I will believe it when I see it. Because at this point, the provincial government's had a plan since October 1st, 2022, which to Premier Kenny's credit, and I do genuinely give him credit, was a very good plan. It just hasn't been properly actioned to this date. So all of this, I mean, I always feel it's like, yeah, this is a good discussion, but like, what's the point? We need housing, we need housing, we need housing. And so my ask to both our guests today and any members of the public who may be watching today who haven't been involved in this conversation a lot is we need your voices as well to reach out not just to your local MLA, but to the provincial government directly, because nothing we do here will actually solve this. And that's sort of depressing to say, but it is just the reality we are in. We can make things better than the not so great situation they're in, but we need the coordinated plan from the order of government that has legal authority and, frankly, at the moment, significant financial capacity to sort this out. They have a $4.3 billion surplus. Let's use that. Let's end homelessness. Let's actually build enough housing, because even to Councillor Janz's point a bit earlier, Wetaskiwin is still doing their shelter. I was just in Wetaskiwin on Friday. I went by the site. It's going to be great. But again, that's just a shelter. Leduc isn't doing it. Like all of these shelters, none of the, let's not nitpick about where shelters should go. Let's just actually get to the solution of building homes so that we don't have to worry about where shelters go, because we don't need them because people have homes. That's our focus. That's what I want us to see. This is good work, of course, as per usual, but just forgive me for being on my, once again, soapbox, because I didn't want to diminish your work. Your work's been fantastic, but let's just get to work on the thing that actually matters, so, which is housing, folks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. I'll call the vote.
And just confirming that Mayor Sohi is not joining us online.
He's not.
Okay, thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay, please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you. We will adjourn for lunch and be back for item 7.2, mass transit implementation for 1.25 million people at 1:30. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We'll call the meeting back to order with a roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
and Mayor Sohi. Okay, also joining us, Councillor Stevenson.
Hello.
And are there any other council members online?
Councillor Principe is here.
Hi, Councillor Principe. Hope everybody had a good break, and let's get on with item 7.2. Administration, do you have a presentation?
We do. Good afternoon. Today we're here to present the details of the strategic planning work done to implement the mass transit network for 1.25 million people. This work follows up on the last update to Urban Planning Committee, which occurred February 15th, 2022, when the mass transit network for 1.25 million people was first introduced. The continued growth of the mass transit network is an important city plan implementation initiative and is critical to supporting the city's climate, financial, and equity goals by providing a reliable mobility option that supports more sustainable and affordable development patterns. I'm here today with several members of administration to present and answer questions. Dallas Carhut, Senior Engineer, Mobility, will now provide an overview of the work.
Thank you, Kent. The city plan states that 50% of all trips will be made using transit and active transportation. Providing a comprehensive citywide mass transit network that is aligned with our nodes and corridors development approach is a key aspect of achieving the city plan's vision. This report and its supporting studies are the strategic planning for the bus rapid transit routes which, together with the expansion of the LRT network, represent the citywide mass transit network for the 1.25 million population horizon. Next slide. Bus rapid transit, often called BRT, is the focus of today's presentation in this council report. BRT is defined by three elements: infrastructure, vehicle type, and service level. Infrastructure refers to dedicated transit lanes and other transit priority measures such as signal priority and queue jumps. The infrastructure priority measures result in quicker travel times and improved reliability by reducing delays due to traffic. In terms of vehicle type, mass transit routes typically include larger transit vehicles to move more people. And service level describes the frequency and operating hours of the route. Ideally, the BRT service would be comparable to that of LRT service in terms of frequency and transit travel time. This report focuses on the route alignments, the corridors on which the BRT route runs along. The route alignments bring us one step closer to setting transit lane configurations and designing the streets along the route. Next slide. 3 routes are currently being planned for implementation. B1, the blue line on the map, connects Castle Downs to Century Park through downtown. B2, the green line on the map, connects West Edmonton Mall to Bonnie Doon via the university. And B6, the pink line on the map, connects Ambleside to University by way of Terwilliger Drive. Note that the infrastructure needed for the B6 is accounted for through its overlap with the B2 route through the university area and the Terwilliger Drive expansion project further south. Therefore, this report focuses on the route alignments associated with the B1 and B2 routes. Next slide. To guide route alignment recommendations, administration developed 5 principles that build off the direction in the city plan, focusing on accessibility and inclusivity, connecting nodes, supporting corridors, providing a new standard of transit service, and integrating with the mobility network. These principles served as the foundation for this project and will continue to guide future mass transit projects associated with design, delivery, and operations. Next slide. The first step in advancing BRT route recommendations was to assess the benefits and impacts of each available option against 5 main accounts. Inclusivity considerations, such as access to destinations that are meaningful to equity-seeking groups. Land use opportunities and constraints refers to alignment with nodes and corridors and the priority growth areas. Transit travel time savings and improved reliability through the potential to implement priority measures such as dedicated transit lanes. Mobility network benefits and impacts such as potential connections with the active mobility network and the effects of traffic congestion, and feedback from Edmontonians, specifically about the trade-offs people would consider to prioritize transit. Next slide. The benefits and impacts were then characterized in terms of trade-offs. Understanding the trade-offs allowed administration to highlight which principles are prioritized under each option, leading to a recommended route alignment.
In this way, route alignment recommendations presented in this council report strongly tie back to the mass transit principles and to the city plan. Next slide. The B1 will connect Castle Downs and Century Park. In North Edmonton, the B1 runs along 97th Street to 118th Avenue, then 101 Street to and through downtown. South of downtown, the B1 runs along Bellamy Hill Road, Walterdale Bridge, 109th Street, and White Avenue. In South Edmonton, the B1 runs along Calgary Trail from White Avenue to 23rd Avenue, and then connects to Century Park. The B1 will support two primary corridors, 97th Street in the north and Calgary Trail in the south, and connect them to the Centre City and the University Garneau node. Providing a stronger connection to these areas will better support increased housing and economic development opportunities. Next slide. The B2 connects West Edmonton Mall and Bonnie Doon. Starting in West Edmonton, the B2 will run along 87th Avenue, Whitemud Drive, and Fox Drive to connect to South Campus, then run along 61st Avenue, 109th Street, and 87th Avenue to connect to University, and then the last leg is along White Avenue to connect to Bonnie Doon. Similar to the B1, there are substantial redevelopment opportunities for housing and economic development with this recommended alignment, as the B2 will connect key nodes including West Edmonton Mall and Meadowlark to University Garneau and Bonnie Doon, and also support White Avenue as a primary corridor. Next slide. There we go. The route alignment recommendations presented today represent the starting point for concept planning and will be confirmed through the additional design analysis work to follow. Concept planning is funded and is in its early stages. Consideration of rapid implementation will also influence the final route alignment for each BRT route. Next slide. Thank you, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. I invite my colleagues to, yeah, we're going to have speakers first. Yeah, I guess so. It's been a long weekend. Guest Kohler, guest Abassi, guest Cates, and guest Witt, if you're with us. I don't believe any are in person, but if we can maybe queue them up online. Guest Kohler, you are first.
All right. I do have slides.
We will get those up shortly for you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Edward Kohler, and I am a resident of Spruce Avenue between 116th Avenue and 117th Avenue on 101 Street Northwest. I have lived here at my home since 2012. I am here today to discuss the issues that we have with the proposed design of the BRT project that is being proposed for 101st Street between 111th Avenue and 118th Avenue Northwest. Next slide, please. I live in a single family home, and this entire stretch on 101 Street is single detached family homes. From what I understand, this stretch through Spruce Avenue is one of the only stretches in the entire route that goes through a residential area with homes facing the street. Because of this, it's important to have extra consideration and more engagement because of the potential impacts. I only found out about this project through word of mouth. There's been little to no engagement with the residents of 101st Street between 111th Avenue and 118th Avenue. And when we attended the online question period, we were not allowed to discuss our major concerns with the project. There was a meeting with the Community League on June 20th, 2023. Due to prior commitments, I was unable to attend. However, even at that time, our concerns weren't really addressed. I did address my concerns to the project team. However, I am only one person and don't represent the residents of 101 Street. In discussing with other residents on this street, not one of them were aware of this project. Next slide, please. Due to what I've been informed, there are some issues that I'd like to address based on what is being planned for the design of the BRT and what lanes the BRT is in. Next slide, please. One, this slide shows where there will no longer be left turns onto 101 Street from any of the adjacent avenues. The arrow shows the only access point into the neighborhood where you would be able to turn. Next slide, please. There would be no parking along 101 Street between 111th Avenue and 118th Avenue. How does this planning consider emergency vehicles that have to park in front of the homes along this stretch? 3, where are the residents and other parties, such as mail or delivery drivers, supposed to park? With very limited street parking available, including the Buddhist temple on 114th Avenue and 101 Street. Next slide, please. 4, ambulances use this street as a major corridor. How will this be addressed as you're taking up the lanes with 1 lane for traffic and 1 lane for buses? Next slide, please. I feel that, finally, I feel that there will be a lot of noise and vibrations created by the amount of buses that are projected for this project, as often as 3 to 5 minutes in both directions from my understanding. There are many other concerns as well, but these are the major concerns that I have currently. My resolution is to use 97th Street. There are wider traffic lanes and a median that can be used for BRT buses. I feel that there will be enough room for the current residents to park as well, as they currently do in the current layout of the street. I was informed that 97th Street is designed this way as it was to accommodate streetcars at one time. Next slide, please. I feel that this makes more sense to have a bus route go down one street from having to go through the traffic circle and onto 97th Street from 118th Avenue. From my understanding, there will be more engagement on the design, but what I'm hoping is that when the BRT is approved, it will not lock down the decision that 97th Street will no longer be a consideration and that the decision is to only use 101 Street. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gestabasi.
Hi there. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the expansion of Edmonton Transit System. My name is Abdul Abbasi, and I'm the Vice President External of University of Alberta Students Union and Chair of Edmonton Student Alliance. The ESA represents over 100,000 post-secondary students from institutions across Edmonton, so including Concordia, Northwest, MacEwan, King's, NAIT, and University of Alberta. I am here to express our strong support for the BRT network, especially the B1 and B2 routes. These routes represent a significant step moving us forward in providing diverse and interconnected transit options for our community. These routes are strategically designed to connect key educational institutions such as U of A, Northwest, MacEwan, and NAIT. And for students, easy and reliable access to these institutions is not just a convenience, it is a necessity for their academic success and overall well-being. The BRT system, with its fewer stops, designated lanes, and priority at intersections, will offer a faster and more efficient travel experience. And this is particularly crucial for students who are often juggling multiple responsibilities and need dependable transit options. The feedback that we receive from students underscores the importance of targeted transit routes. The proposed BRT routes will enhance the connectivity between post-secondary institutions and the broader community, addressing the current gaps in our transit network. Additionally, we are keen to see how these routes will impact student safety and design of enhanced stations. These stations should cater specifically to student needs with features that ensure safety and convenience. We also encourage that Engage Edmonton sets up a feedback map that is similar to what has been used for rezoning consultations. This will allow students and community members to continually provide input on route alignments and station designs, ensuring that the final plan reflects the needs of those who will use it the most. It is also important to remember that transit is more than just a series of bus routes. It's about creating an accessible and inclusive system with many convenient options connecting key city nodes. The principles that are guiding this expansion, such as accessibility, connectivity, and integration, are essential for a successful transit system. We also want to ensure that the BRT networks addresses the specific needs for our student population. For instance, data on current bus usage, feedback on potential BRT impacts, and considerations for parking and ride options should be factored into the further planning stages. So in conclusion, we believe that these BRT routes will significantly benefit our students by improving transit access and connectivity. We look forward to further consultations on the specifics of the routes and the stations to ensure that the students get what they deserve the most and communities we represent. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Guest Kates.
Good afternoon, councilors. Today, I want to speak to you on behalf of the City of Edmonton Youth Council on the enormous potential we see for mass transit, specifically bus rapid transit in Edmonton. As most of you know, youth rely on transit much more heavily than other demographics. Many of us can't drive or don't have access to a vehicle, and as much as we would like to, the distance is too far to walk or bike. This is one of the reasons why CUIC believes, as passed in our May position on mass transit, that BRT is crucial to unlocking our city's potential, driving investment, combating the climate crisis, and ultimately realizing the vision of the city plan. Some may have reasons for why Edmonton shouldn't have BRT. Most of these reasons should be recognized for what they are, flawed excuses. It's true that Council has invested significantly in LRT, but we believe that that should not be used as an excuse for why we should not invest in BRT. We must recognize that LRT and BRT are like different tools in a toolkit. Each is designed for a specific use, but both are necessary to complete the project. For those who think Edmonton should invest more in roads, BRT will take cars off roads, which will lower traffic congestion, removing the need to add an additional lane. Another excuse we believe shouldn't be made is the financial one. The Yellowhead Trail freeway conversion cost over $1 billion. That's not to say that project wasn't beneficial, but the recently completed Richmond, Virginia BRT line, a 10.9-kilometer line with 14 stops, cost around $88 million. Before thinking about the budget, think of the impact BRT will have. Imagine a heated station in minus 30-degree weather. Imagine when you can't use the bus as an excuse for being late because everyone knows the BRT line you take is always on time and reliable. Imagine a future where owning a vehicle is only an option, saving money and reducing carbon emissions because instead of driving, Edmontonians can walk or bike to the closest BRT or LRT stop and go where they want to go easily. Youth who don't have access to a vehicle face so many barriers. It can be difficult to get to a friend's house to work on a school project, it can be challenging to participate in extracurricular activities if they're far from where you live. And if you want to attend a school with a special program, you may have to take a bus for an hour. BRT has the potential to take down these barriers for some of those youth. BRT will create a safer environment for you. It has been proven to reduce injuries and fatalities by over 50% where implemented. In Edmonton, BRT could actually help us reach our Vision Zero goals. BRT is sure to positively impact countless Edmontonians. As I'm sure you all know, Edmonton is going to reach 1.25 million people much sooner than expected. That's why BRT should come sooner than expected. CUIC believes that this should be a 5-year timeline, not take 10 or 15 years. With that being said, we urge everyone involved with this project to engage with all stakeholders, including community members, to ensure almost everyone is satisfied with the outcome. Personally, I had the opportunity to engage with some members of city administration working on this project, and they were open and receptive to ideas, and I learned a lot from them. As an example, I learned how they chose the proposed alignment. Hearing how the process played out was very eye-opening to me, and the proposed alignment was well thought out and thorough, and the result is highly satisfactory. In conclusion, CUIC believes that BRT and all forms of transit is an investment in our future. There really isn't anything more important than an investment in our future. That's why the City of Edmonton Youth Council urges all of you to ensure Edmonton invests quickly in substantial and meaningful ways in a more fair and sustainable future. That starts with BRT. Thank you.
Thank you, Guest Kates. Guest Witt. Daniel Witt, are you with us?
Hello, yes, I'm here. Okay. Hello, Urban Planning Committee members, attending councilors, and city administration. I'm Daniel Witt, the chair of Edmonton Transit Riders, a not-for-profit organization working towards a safer, more accessible, and better public transit system in the Edmonton area. And I'm very excited to be here to speak with you all about the Implementing Mass Transit report being brought before you today. During my time here, I'm going to share with you a little bit about my personal experience along these routes as a transit user, driver, and pedestrian, And then I will discuss the perspective of the Edmonton Transit Riders organization regarding these routes and the city's approach to mass transit planning as a whole. Being from Mill Woods, I often find myself at the businesses in the Calgary Trail South area to buy books, pet food, or go bowling with friends. Every time I have gone here, because of the lack of transportation options available, I've chosen to drive my car. And believe me, if I could avoid driving on Gateway or Calgary Trail, I definitely would. This area is filled with so many different types of businesses, making it not just a popular destination for shoppers, but a major employment area for service workers too. And right now, public transit is just not set up to address nearly any of these people's needs. With a bus route that only connects into Southgate Mall every half hour and the lack of cohesive pathway network through these areas means that those working or visiting have shockingly few choices in how to get there. Improving transit service to this major employment and shopping center will provide access to what is currently a very hard to reach area with a high density of jobs and destinations. As a student at the University of Alberta, I spend a lot of time along 109th Street and White Avenue. And let me tell you that I'm very excited that upgraded bus services are coming to those roads. I constantly see our most used bus routes like the 4, the 8, and the 9 caught in traffic along White and 109th, or cars parked in bus stop bays, making the experience more difficult for both bus drivers and transit riders. The current layout of White Avenue with no transit priority, incredibly frequent stop spacing, and a lack of driver adherence to the law significantly contributes to multiple bus routes, including 2 of the city's most important routes, being unreliable and slow. Oftentimes, I will choose to bike from Bonnie Doon to the university rather than taking the 4 because of how much the route is delayed by traffic and because the buses are usually standing room only. I'm also very excited about having a mass transit link from Old Strathcona into downtown. This is a major gap in our city's mass transit network, and although it isn't as direct as I would like, the B1 route is truly a new connector in the city that will fundamentally change how people move throughout Edmonton. While these decisions will not be made today, I'd like to end off with what we at Edmonton Transit Riders want to see during the implementation of these routes. First, Edmonton is approaching the 1.25 million population horizon much more quickly than expected, and we are concerned that the city may fall behind on the implementation of its planned mass transit routes. We urge Council to explore rapid implementation of these routes to get buses and people moving as quickly as possible, as well as the infrastructure and priority signaling installed in the places necessary to run service and avoid congestion, while accommodating for full-scale build-out to be completed later on. This is not calling for a reduced in scope, but a phased approach, similar to how Rapid Bus is implemented in Vancouver. Secondly, we want to ensure that the existing bus routes that will remain operational along these corridors also benefit from this improved infrastructure. While this may make implementation more complex in some places, integration with the existing transit network and making route transfers easier is very important in getting people to use transit and creating an efficient system. Lastly, we would like to see Council take seriously its goals set out in the Mass Transit Plan and City Plan by ensuring that these vital and very achievable mass transit routes are allocated proper funding to continue work on planning and implementation. And while I don't have experience with all the transit routes along these corridors, I hope the experience of someone who interacts with many of these areas very frequently helps to shine a light on some of the ways these mass transit routes will provide value to Edmontonians and complement the existing system. Thank you so much for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'll look to the clerk. There were no additional speakers on this item, just the 4. Okay, excellent. I invite my colleagues to sign up for questions. Councillor Wright.
Hi, Daniel. As a fellow resident of the Southeast, thank you for coming to speak today. Do you see any gaps in the BRT lines?
Sorry, I'm just trying to keep my cat out of the way. In terms of gaps, I think that personally, I would be a big fan of seeing the B1 connect into Millwoods Town Centre. I know I talked about access to Calgary Trail being important, and even with the construction of these lines, there's really not a direct access from Millwoods into the businesses along Calgary Trail, and that would be something that I would love to see implemented.
So I'm looking. So we've got the Valley Line Southeast coming from Millwoods Town Centre, but you're suggesting there should be a BRT going west from there rather than going towards downtown?
Well, if it's part of the B1, I'm assuming at some point it will connect up into downtown. But again, this is more about connecting to those destinations like Calgary Trail, like having direct connections into Northgate, Eau Claire, places like that. The B1 does a good job of connecting people into downtown, but we have the Valley Line. This would provide a very different role of connecting people into those very dense areas that really need the service, into Millwoods that don't currently have it.
And what about those a bit east of Millwoods?
But east, well, of course, Millwoods is a hub that can connect people into there pretty well. And I'm sure with the later on implementation of B5, which I'm not sure what population horizon that's a part of, going following the 56 route along 23rd Avenue and 17th Street, that would be implemented. But I guess that's not a priority for 1.25 million, but it's something that I'm, again, very looking forward to as well.
Okay, awesome, thank you. And I just have a question for Abdul. Do you know, does the university or does the student union have any sort of stats on how many students do come from the southeast quadrant of the city that attend university? And I don't mean to put you on the spot, I just was wondering if you did have something. Have you left us?
I don't see them online anymore.
Okay, all right, I will continue my other questions with administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack. No, wait, you were on the board, weren't you? Okay, Councillor Rice. No, Mayor Sohi. Mayor Sohi, hello, you're here.
Thank you. First of all, want to thank the members of public for joining us and your enthusiasm. I want to direct my question to Edward Kohler about the engagement expectation. I know you said you found out through word of mouth, and when you had a chance to engage, there'll be future engagements on this, and were you given some certainty around that?
No, I was not. I was not told any of that. As far as we were concerned, we were basically told you're getting a BRT and there's nothing you can do about it.
Okay, I'll ask that question on your behalf to administration.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure there will be more engagement on. Absolutely, as we do on many other projects, there'll be more robust engagement. I would expect, but we will ask that question to administration. Is there anything else that you're looking at today that you want us to raise to give you a little bit more comfort about the engagement? I heard your concern.
I just wanted more engagement with, like, none of our neighbors know that this is happening. And so I'm kind of disappointed because I really don't want to, like, I'm fine with the BRT project and I'm pro the BRT project. But the thing is that our street isn't as wide as 97th Street. And so we're wondering why it was considered instead. And we're wondering why, like, there's a lot of issues that I brought up in my conversation about using a smaller lanes, and there's no parking anymore. And, like, I don't want disruption to the houses here. And, like, they're making me feel like I have to move because of this issue. And I don't think that's fair to me because, because currently we're not advised of if there's going to be any more engagement on this, or if they're just going ahead with 101 Street as their plan.
Okay. Now we'll definitely ask that question. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, thank you.
And the rest of the group as well. Thank you so much for your input.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, everyone, for taking time to share your thoughts on this BRT. their new concept, and the city is planning to do it. So I have the similar question as Mayor Sohi asked, but thanks, Mayor Sohi already asked. I'm not repeat that. So then my next question to the University of Alberta Vice President, and I don't have speaker name in front of me. So I would like to have better understanding for the current services our city provided at the U of A, and we have bus services, we have ART services, and does the services already meeting the needs for the students? So from your perspective, and do you have any data to show the capacity or lack of some capacity, or there is some gap there?
Councillor Rice, I don't believe that the speaker is with us online. Do you want to redirect your question maybe to
The youth council, or
yeah, that'd be Guest Kates, if Guest Kates is still with us?
Yeah, I think I can answer that. I live close to the university, and I know, for example, I used the number 4 a lot, specifically last year, because I had a bunch of medical appointments in that area, and it took a really, really long time for the bus to come. There's tons of traffic. When the bus came, it was very busy. It was very unreliable. It wasn't that consistent. So I think there's definitely demand for like a BRT service on that route. I'm not sure exactly where there's other demand. I know that there is, but like that's just in my personal experience. Like, yeah.
Thank you for answering my question. I know you're pouring into this position, and my question was originally directed to the different person. I think I can keep my question to ask administration, and thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much to our speakers for being here. Just wanted to touch base with speaker, I'll go to Daniel first. Yeah, I really appreciate your comments around exploration of rapid implementation with sort of a future-focused full build-out. I guess what do you envision as sort of those next interim steps? I know you mentioned I think some prioritized signaling. Is there anything else that you wanted to add around how we could take sort of that next step?
Yeah, in terms of like implementation next steps, I think if we go with sort of that rapid partial implementation, which I mean, if you're willing to go with the whole thing, I won't complain about that at all. But in terms of a phased approach, like I was speaking about, I think the most important thing, of course, is making sure all of the groups can run the service. So right now, Calgary Trail and that gateway, that corridor there, just doesn't have the infrastructure or crossings for pedestrians or internal networks to support this at all. So that would definitely be a priority, making sure we have that minimum infrastructure. And then I think another really important aspect would be to identify the most congested or busiest areas for transit. So things like the areas identified in the transit priority measures action item, and ensure that those areas can immediately be addressed, because it's great to have a mass transit system, but if 8 buses in a row are currently stuck in traffic, it doesn't really feel like it's very rapid in any way. So sort of that addressing congestion and ensuring the ability for routes to run at all would probably be the main priorities for a rapid implementation in my view.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I'll follow up with admin on those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. If I can just take the chair for a couple of minutes, or speak for a couple of minutes. I guess my question as well is to Guest Kates. I was interested, what city was that you referenced that had the $88 million BRT program?
That was Richmond, Virginia.
Richmond, Virginia, or not Richmond, British Columbia?
Virginia.
Virginia.
Yeah. I researched to prepare for this, and it seemed one of the highest used BRT systems in the U.S. And obviously, like, I think it was less than 88 million in US dollars. So, yeah.
Yeah, paint is cheap. It's yeah, we can do a lot with road prioritization and dedicated infrastructure. I was wondering if maybe just as a point of clarification, if it was clear to all speakers that this would be at the moment, while design funding was provided by this council, this would be one of those items that is up to the next council in terms of their 4-year capital budget. There's nothing we can do at the table right now to lock in the funding for this program. All we can do is get as far as we can as far as design, organization, engagement, building political will and capital. But just to be clear, there's no decision today. Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah. When I just mentioned that, so as it's clear that once there is funding, there doesn't have to be that much funding compared to roads. And it's a relatively easy thing if there is like political will to do it. So I guess just like creating political will, it should be a focus, and just proceeding like with the design.
Excellent, thank you. And Guest Witt, is that your understanding as well too?
Yes, of course. Yeah, this report's only for information. I think that my presence here is mainly just to sort of share the organization's perspectives on the matter of mass transit, to get administration and council members to hear it, as well as just to show that there are people who are here and excited about the projects.
So I'm very excited that and I guess I want to acknowledge to Guest Kohler as well too, that certainly we can ask about the 97th and 101st Street alignment too. So it's certainly want to note feedback duly noted there. But for Guest Cates and Guest Witt, how do you think we could, as a city, better generate excitement, in particular among young people like yourselves, who are the future users of these lines?
I mean, from my perspective, the best way to generate excitement would be to build it and run the cool service that gets people where they need to go really fast. But I understand that that's maybe not what you're looking for.
So on that, would you be okay with some sort of an incremental start? Like, let's say on one of the lines, we just remove parking during peak hours, or we look at painting lanes through some sections. There's obviously portions of this that are going to be incredibly tricky, but some of this we may be able to, get a far way away right now.
Yeah, I think that was one of the recommendations of Edmonton Transit Riders, that if needed, to implement a phased approach to get service and good services running in as many places as possible while addressing those most congested and necessary areas. So yes, that's definitely something I would agree with.
And Guest Kate?
Yes, phased approach would be great, specifically because it would, I guess, like generate excitement too, but it could be done quickly, and obviously, like we want it as fast as possible.
Awesome. Yeah. No. Really appreciate the feedback and for your engagement in this, and please relay it back to your organizations. Our appreciation. Councillor Tang, you have the floor.
Yeah, great. Thank you all so much for taking the time and share your perspective on this report today. I want to come back to Daniel. Thanks so much for being here. Earlier, Councillor Wright was asking about the Southeast and even routes further east. And I'm not here to, this report isn't about where else can we add new routes, right? But I'm looking at the map, in attachment 1, a lot of the proposal here connects well into the LRT system, which they're all multi-billion-dollar public infrastructure investment. I guess from the perspective of Edmonton Transit Riders, do you feel we're maximizing the opportunities of connection into this multi-billion-dollar public infrastructure?
I mean, in terms of connections into the LRT system, I think the current map that's out there does it well in the routes that it runs. Thinking about the future Valley Line West, Capital Line, Metro Line, at University especially, and then through downtown, and potentially the future Castle Downs route. However, I do understand, the Southeast LRT is not really included for this phase of implementation for this population horizon of 1.25 million. I think, sorry, I think that more could be done, especially around the Millwoods area to connect B56, which is the routing of the future B5 bus route, to improve that service. And in some ways, we are seeing that in terms of the Hughesway project to improve the Hughesway, what is it called? Transit Priority Measures project, which will be installed sometime soon. So I think that's a positive step. But again, it is something that this plan really, from my perspective, it's about our immediate needs and most pressing needs for BRT or bus rapid transit, and B5, which is generally a less congested route in most sections, will receive good treatment, but just later on. So I think that's sort of my perspective, if that makes sense. We're taking
I think that's very articulate, and that phase will come when the city continues to grow. I guess I'm thinking a lot about students, especially high school students who travel frequently along 50th Street to get to school, sometimes upwards of an hour. And, you know, like rapid systems will be, I think, important. Anyways, that's a great perspective. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Seeing no further questions from my colleagues, I thank all of our speakers and invite you to stay for questions of administration. My colleagues, do you have any questions of administration? Please sign in. Councillors, waiting for committee members. Councillor Wright, I see you gesturing.
Sure. Okay. I am going to continue with Southeast Edmonton questions. But I'm just wondering, okay, so what kind of analysis was done? And I'm sorry if I'm not familiar with it. And at what point would we be looking at further BRT routes to be implemented? At what population?
So this work builds off of part of the city plan work that we did for mass transit strategy, which calls for a more robust BRT network. And so what we showed for council in 2022 was a 1.25 million, just to kind of guide us a little bit and provide a bit of an interim timeline. So right now, what we're envisioning is the start of the BRT network, supported by what is shown in those maps as district routes, which some of those will turn into the more BRT routes at the later horizon.
Okay,
so
what's the next population threshold is maybe what I'm asking.
it would follow the city plan 1.5 million.
1.5 then? Okay. And I guess I think one of your principles is the ridership of equity-seeking groups, and I'm just wondering if that, we've got a very diverse population in Southeast Edmonton, and what sort of analysis was done in that? Like, did you use the 2021 census, or?
So we used a number of pieces of information to help us out on that one. We also relied heavily on engagement with those groups. So we did do some engagement activities that were specific to equity-seeking communities. Generally, how that fit into our assessment was in terms of those routes that we're looking for, we do have a number, we really focused on proximity to destinations that are of importance to equity-seeking groups. So those turn out to be things like places where there may be lower wage employment. There's social gathering sites, churches, schools, those types of destinations that we look for. So we're trying to connect the dots on those areas.
Okay, so if we're looking proximity, or you're talking proximity, those that are closer to those university schools, or those that are further out?
So I want to clarify that, like, we use that in terms of choosing which routes for the B1 and B2. So this wasn't a citywide exercise of like thinking about all the BRT routes. This is specific to the B1, B2 routes. So when we had alternative routes that could be considered, we started to weigh in how they do in terms of addressing those equity principles that we had.
Okay. Yeah, it just seems that there's
Sorry, maybe I'll offer one more clarification.
Okay.
So the 2022 report that was mentioned there, that one highlighted that we want to focus on the B1, B2 routes. So that's where that was set up, that we were going to focus on the B1, B2 there. The other BRT routes will come at further population horizons.
Okay. Okay, so it was just because those were the two routes that were selected, not sort of what the need was across the city?
So there were subsequent studies that were done through the city plan, and then afterwards that talked about things like ridership and where we are. So again, with BRT, it offers us another transit tool to provide transit, to build our transit network here. You need certain levels of ridership. You're looking for those things, and so these were the two routes that would give us the highest levels of ridership of the routes the BRT routes that are identified for 2 million people.
Okay, so the existing routes that are on the BRT or the proposed BRT routes, would those then be taken to provide service to other areas that maybe don't have as high a ridership because they don't have proper service?
Like, again, just for clarity,
so
extending the BRT routes?
No, sorry. So the
I
BRT.
think I can help. Sorry, Councillor, it's Carrie from ETS. I think I can help.
Okay.
So we would do an implementation plan for the BRT needs, identifying the service hours, buses, et cetera, that are needed. And then we would look at the totality of service hours that we have available in our buses. If there's net new requirements, which I anticipate there would be, because we have the service hour deficit we have, we would bring that forward as part of a request as BRT advances through the remaining stages to implement those hours. Any efficiencies gained, if it replaces certain portions of other routes, we can reinvest those into the network as part of that conversation as well. Does that answer your question?
Somewhat, yes. Thank you very much. Okay, my time is up.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. So if we received this as information, what does that mean specifically? And then help me understand better. Does that mean right now and today, if we receive as information and the city administration going to do all the concept planning starting right now, right away, or when will starting point and when will be the ending point for the planning stage?
Councillor Rice, if I understand you correctly, the concept planning work for what is showing here today is starting this fall. So yes, we are working on it right away, and it'll take a year and a half or so to complete that. It's not the end of the planning, though. Some of the routes that we talked about that I think they talked about in the southeast, those are district routes that we're looking at and doing some planning on those as well.
Because the budget already approved in 2023-26 budgets, and do you have the number of the budget for the planning?
The planning is funded at 5.5 million.
So 5.5 million will be last for the 1.5 years and to get it to the checkpoint 2 in the PDM model. So
that's right. So the 5.5 million was approved for the concept planning phase in the 23 to 26 budget. And so that budget will be in place through to the end of the planning study, which, as Rhonda had mentioned, is anticipated to be complete in 2026.
So that means if we received as information, then state administration will start in the fall of this year and to start the planning and to spend that $5.5 million. So
that's correct. We're currently in the process of working towards bringing a consultant on board to work with us through the planning phase, which is the next step of this journey.
So then during planning phase, the public engagement was still ongoing. And so we'll have more public engagement.
That's correct. So we're very early on in the planning process. So this report coming forward is really the launch pad for the planning study. The planning study will take the input that we heard today from the speakers, and we'll be working towards developing our public engagement plan, which will be rolled out over the next couple of years.
Okay. So I don't know if you have that data already or you will gather that data during planning stage. So this data is about the current capacity of our public transit services. And so in terms of the capacity we have currently, and in terms of usage rate and what's usage, and then of course this is related to the ridership as well. And so because my question is, if the current capacity at a certain point and compared to the ridership, and then what's the specific point we need to start this project right away? But don't get me wrong, I support PRT concept, but I just look at the timing and the financial implication as well. So
maybe I can start answering and others can jump in. Counselor, it's Carrie from ETS. We have more needs than we have resources. And I would say from a needs perspective, BRT is a very efficient solution to move more people quickly, and it brings in more ridership as well. So it's a pretty important investment. And I think Dallas had mentioned the mass transit strategy. You know, there was a lot behind that in terms of recommending the routes and the types of service that are in there. So we would feel like this is the right next step to take, and we're quite excited to see it advance. But totally appreciate what you're saying in terms of budget constraints. And during our annual service planning process, we talk about bus boardings relative to service standards and the performance of all of the routes. Happy to reshare that if needed.
I'm sorry. So my question is, do we have that data to demonstrate the needs is more than the capacity we have?
I believe we do. So I think through
how we get that data there.
Yeah, we can reshare that. So the mass transit strategy had a lot of data backing it up. We have our service hour analysis as well. There's data with that. Then we have our ridership and performance data through the annual service plans. So that's something we can take offline and follow up with council and share all of those references.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question. I will come back.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. Just want to make sure that we are posing some questions for you from on behalf of the speakers. So can you explain me what consultation will be undertaken moving forward?
I can start by jumping in on that. I'm Natalie from the Infrastructure Planning and Design team. So my team is going to be taking over from here on this work through the planning study that's been funded by council. The consultation components are still very early on in the development phase at this point. And so we're in the process of bringing on a consultant that will be helping and supporting us. And we're expecting one of the early stages of the process to include the development of a public engagement plan. And so the input that we heard today from Speaker Edward will be used to help inform that, as well as from the other speakers. So we've got a lot of great insight from today, and we've got a number of different stakeholders that have been engaged through the strategy phase that we'll be building upon over the next little bit.
Great. That's good to know, and I'm pretty sure that's good for speaker to hear as well. Another question, why not 97th Street instead of 101 Street? I know it's early. Could that change? I don't know, but why 101 Street, not 97th Street between 118 and coming into downtown, or going from downtown to 118?
Yes, I'll start, and then maybe Dallas can fill in some gaps. So on paper, both routes are fairly similar from a land use perspective. When we kind of looked into what would be the benefits of there's the opportunity to kind of look at the traffic circle on 118th Avenue and connect better to existing transit there as well. There's already more existing transit on 111 Avenue as well. And past 101 Street, past 111 Avenue, it will continue down 101 Street to connect directly into and out of downtown. So again, like we are today's recommendation, kind of tying into the mass transit principles and the city plan as best as we can at a strategy level. And as Natalie said, there's going to be a lot more engagement about, or there's going to be more engagement about some of the more intricacies from an engineering perspective and more public feedback.
So would that engagement could potentially change from 101 to 97th Street? I want to make sure that...
the plan is for the concept planning to confirm the route, the recommended route.
Oh, I see. So So whatever engagement takes place will be around 101 Street, not 97th Street. It's important to be clear on that.
It's a starting point. We want to give a starting point. But again, there's a lot more considerations where 97th Street could be looked at again.
Oh, I see.
But we want to make sure that whatever the final recommendation is does reflect the strategy.
Got it. Okay.
And I can just jump in and echo that as well. The first phase of the planning study will be to look at the validation of the routes, which would include building upon the public engagement, exploring it from a more technical engineering perspective as well. So we will be using the work that's been done to date as a starting point, and we'll be looking to validate that. And if there is something that comes up through the planning study that changes it, we would be looking to change that and provide an update at that point.
Okay. And at what point another report will come to council? We don't know.
So we don't have a date or anything firm just yet. So again, fairly early days here, but as we bring on the consultant and dive into the planning study a little bit more, we'll be defining those dates a little bit more. I would expect that as that planning study advances and as we have further updates or anything significant that changes from what you're hearing today, we would be looking to come back with an update.
Good. Is this project, to what stage this project is funded? Up to bringing proposals on capital investments? How much work will be done under the already approved resources?
So this is currently funded for concept planning. So under our capital project development model, we are bringing it to PDDM checkpoint 2, so concept planning. As part of that, we'll be looking at developing a concept level cost estimate for the routes. We'll be looking at the cross sections and the alignments for the corridors as well. And with that, we'll be following along with the capital budget timelines for the CIO and the capital budget development for 2027 to 30. And so we'll be bringing forward the information that we have that is in alignment with how far we are in the planning process.
Got it. Okay.
That would be including staging as well. So we'll be looking at what are the next logical stages and how could we implement them, whether it be rapid or not.
Okay, thanks. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to pick up on that theme as well. So really appreciate that. What I'm hearing is that these routes are a starting point, but there's going to be further technical work done to validate them. Is that's the case?
Councillor Stevenson, just want to confirm that it's not set in stone. I think those are the words said, and we want to make sure to understand it is a starting point. It's a recommended, but it's not set in stone because some of those level of detailed work needs to be done, as well as the consultation.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, and was wondering if we could maybe flesh out some of the inputs that will go into it. So I heard, certainly engineering studies, I'm sure. I heard land use mentioned. I would know 97th Street, particularly on the west side, has higher potential for zoning. It's a higher land use opportunity, sort of between, again, I think it's just that stretch between 111th and 118th. So will land use help to inform some of the validation of it as well?
Yeah, so we often describe this work as the strategic planning. Our goal was to really tie it back to the city plan. The city plan, in terms of those northern corridors approach, 97th Street, 101 Street, they fall within that same corridor. In looking at some of the densities and some of the potential development there, the sites, both streets looked somewhat similar, or at least were assessed kind of somewhat similarly there. In terms of what made the difference, again, between those two corridors, we have an opportunity. One, we have the traffic circle that was mentioned at 118th Avenue. Through the engagement that we heard from people in the area, that crossing that area is very challenging for people driving, but also very challenging for people walking, biking, whatnot. So there's potentially an opportunity to kind of clean that up through this work. The other one that we heard, the other one that we heard was, or that we took into account was alignment with the transit network. And one of our speakers had actually kind of said that as well. But 118th Avenue, west of 97th Street, offers a really strong east-west transfer point. And that's one thing that we saw as a benefit for that alignment with the existing transit network.
Yeah,
Just
sorry.
Sorry, just to add to the response to that question, Councillor Stevenson, through the planning study, some of the other inputs or considerations that we'll be looking at will include things like the operations, the equity considerations that have been mentioned previously. We'd also be looking at construction complexities, budget and financial availability, feasibility. So we look at that at kind of the next stage and other constraints. So there's a lot of other factors that will go into this, including what we are hearing from the public as well as from an operational perspective.
Great. Yeah, I really appreciate that. I mean, the construction complexity and cost, again, recognizing the very strong desire to change the intersection at 118th and 101, but recognizing that's probably going to come with a much bigger capital cost than potentially routing on 97th. So appreciate that that's going to be part of the consideration. So we heard a little bit about how this will be reported back to council. I'm also wondering just in terms of how that gets communicated to community as well, because I think, you know, recognizing that there are these trade-offs and these balances, I'm not sure that I can find that, you know, available to the public. So will that be part of the public engagement process in terms of, you know, really sharing that level of detail, looking at the trade-offs, just helping them understand whatever decision is ultimately landed on?
I think that's a great suggestion. And again, being as early as we are in the planning work and just getting started, we'll make sure that we take that back for our next stages.
Great. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, really excited to hear that community input will be an important part, an important input of this. I think excited that there will be a public engagement plan, sort of reaching out to more people. What can residents expect to see next? Was that going to be when the consultant comes together and or is in place and sort of has a first reach out? What kind of comes next?
Again, a great question, and I think there's the storybook is still being written in terms of what the public can expect to see next. So we're still in the procurement phase for the consultant, and so we'll be working quite closely with them to make sure that they understand what our expectations are. And this conversation here today is a good opportunity for them to be hearing the expectations of council as well as the public. I would expect that we'll be getting out there with some further information from the strategy work, kind of closing the book on this phase that's currently underway, the strategy phase, and then opening the door on the next part of the story. And we'll start to get out there with what people can expect once we've got that consulting team on board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. So still early days, things are not set in stone, but just wanted to thank you for the excellent work that has been done to date. It's really exciting. Maybe just a few questions around, I'll start with some questions around B2. So just curious, you know, the portion of B2 where there's, looks like about a 3-kilometer loop kind of detour around to get to the university. I just had some questions there. Like, again, recognizing early days, will there be some consideration around even like a bypass there where there's like an A or B version? I'm just thinking of folks who, you know, maybe they're in the Bonnie Doon area looking to go to West Ed. It kind of takes them out of the way a little bit. So are those the types of things that can be considered when we get further down the line?
For sure, that's an operational consideration, and we had talked about the idea of you may have an A and B or an alternate service for destinations that provide more options for people. So the majority of it, you get that 5-minute service, and every 10 minutes you might have a different destination that provides just a little bit more fine-tuning. And that comes, with the operational assessments.
Yeah, getting ahead of myself, but that's one of the things I wanted to ask about. So that's great. I had another question about the overlap with B2 and B6, again around the university area. Is the intention there to sort of keep that overlap? What's just some of the thought process?
Yeah, very, very similar to the previous answer where the overlap does provide a bit of an opportunity where we could potentially split the destinations at the end and whatnot, again, to be covered off when we get more into operations and ultimately how these routes do run.
Okay, Great. This is a really future-focused question, but it's great to see 109th Street sort of teed up to have some substantially better transit service, and I think that will really shape the way that that corridor is developed in terms of density and housing opportunities, commercial opportunities. I did have a question, though, about mass transit strategy out to 2 million, and when I look at that, there appears to be a bridge for B2 over the river. Again, like super future focused, but how does that influence our thinking about 109 today?
For sure that we talked about that with the city plan, that long-term direct shot. And I think that is quite a ways in the future. So it would be a consideration as we move forward through the years. I think the B2 to the west end is one that we need to think about how that might be staged, and the interim might look different than the long term, or the development opportunities over time might influence how that looks. But for sure, this idea of, how could we improve that direct connection, because that was one of the things we talked about with the city plan.
Great.
There was the north-south as well.
Yeah.
In the city plan, we talked about a north-south separate connection, that, again, direct shot.
Yeah, and again, very future-focused, aspirational.
Very future-focused.
But wanted to just check in there. And then, again, I feel like my questions are more focused like operational side, which is probably a problem, but are we going to need a separate bus fleet? Like, I'm just thinking the actual buses and the vehicles themselves. I'm thinking about sort of that phased rapid implementation. It sounds like there would be a need for more buses even to do that at this point. How does that work?
Councillor, yes, we would need more fleet. There's different options for buses depending on the style of BRT. And maybe I'll just see if Sarah wants to chime in terms of how we'd approach that planning.
Yeah, just adding on there, I think we'll get more detail on the style of vehicle as we move forward and further phases of design. Ideally, I think it wouldn't be a separate fleet; it would be growth to our overall fleet, and we have ability in garage expansions to take larger buses, for example, the articulated buses, and so I think that's what we would want to do from an operational perspective to be as efficient as possible, but also provide this new layer of service.
Great. Yeah, that makes sense. And then just around the accelerated or phased approach, are we in any way going to be lining up the timing for 2026 for a permanent federal transit fund? I'm just thinking, is there an opportunity there, I guess? Or are our existing needs around fleet growth kind of already being targeted for that?
I'll maybe try that one first and see if any of my colleagues want to add in. I think this is certainly on our radar for the list we'll assemble for the Canadian Permanent Transit Fund, where we're doing that work now to start to put together what we want to put forward, and we'll see through that process, what items we can put forward as municipality through the baseline fund, and then regionally through our collaboration with our regional partners.
Great, thanks so much.
Certainly on the list.
And I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, maybe I'll just continue there because that was one of my questions. So right now it's 5.5 million approved in the 4-year budget for concept planning, but future infrastructure funding. One potential source could be the 2026 permanent transit fund, right? And it won't just be for fleet, but also laying like concrete, like creating bus lanes and that kind of stuff. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
And then I guess I'm just wondering about the timeline for that. If the concept planning is here, then we're looking at, so further down, like it will be it will start to get into the next 4-year budget cycle to figure out the rest of the capital funding.
That's correct. We're working on an application for that fund. The fund starts in 2026, but it's a 10-year fund, and we would need some match funding from the city or other partners for the fund. And so, looking at the right timing and sequencing within that 10-year plan, But likely we'll need to see how the end of this phase lines up with when the next phase of design would start with the fund. So early days yet. I think we'll know more as we move through our submissions to the fund.
Okay, great, thank you. And then in your kind of business case analysis, did you look at this short-term planning or the staged approach? Does it help us save us any money? Is it a more efficient way of transit planning?
We did at a high level, but we definitely need to do some more concept planning to kind of figure out that staging approach.
Okay, yeah, no, I look forward to when you have a bit of a conclusion on that. I'm also curious about the operating impact of capital. This was one of the action items from the financial report presented at Executive Committee, I think last week, the week before. I guess I'm just wondering, what would that look like, and how is it different from the kind of analysis you would do before this action plan was proposed?
Yeah, Councillor, I think we would, as we do for other major transit infrastructure projects, we would build a bit integrated service package for the operating impacts of capital that consider all the components. But I think we'd look to, before we get to that, that normally comes when we're closer to a project being completed from construction and we're getting ready to operate it. So earlier in advance of that, we can do some initial estimates of what that would look like. You know, for example, before moving into the next stage and the PDDM model, we could look at kind of high-level estimates of what the operating pieces are. And there's a number of different components. It's similar in some ways to LRT, where we have, of course, service hours and fuel and operators, but we also have, facility maintenance and cleaning and those sort of things. So we'd want to look at all the different components.
Okay. And then I'm curious how much of the infrastructure for B1, B2, and B6 are already there in terms of a dedicated bus lane, or is it going to be, 100%? It will require a new build, which I don't expect.
Correct. It's not 100% needing to be built, but I think that will need to be assessed through this next stage in the concept planning.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I realize I'm asking a lot of questions that needs more detail that's forthcoming. And I just want to clarify to some of the speakers' points earlier about some of the Southeast planning, that will be for 1.5, and that B5 route would be, I guess now, like, what's the timeline for that you're anticipating, given that, we're growing faster than we're expecting?
Councillor, I think I would like to suggest that when we use the city plan milestones, they are targets, or they're not hard and fast. So to say, well, it has to be 1.5 before we look at it, I think it's a moving case of assessment where we are, kind of our finances, the ridership demand, etc. And for sure, we know that we are looking at the district routes and how those evolve into some of those, say the B5, how it evolves. Okay. So rather than to set a specific time, well, it's going to be 1.5, I think we would suggest that would be the next phase of assessment when we would start to look at how do these routes expand, what happens next.
Yeah, I mean, I hope we don't start planning when we get to 1.5, certainly, right? And I imagine it'll be significantly, we'll start thinking about that earlier, but I just want to get a better sense of that sequence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Thank you for mentioning that about BRT and transit include three elements, three factors there. So I heard you talk about the ridership demand is there. I just want to ask a question specifically. And so I heard over and over at the door and then in the world, and the people talk about the empty buses and the empty ARTs, and because the ridership, it seems not achieve the level we expected, and that's as a result. And then during budget deliberation, we have shortfall revenue, and from the investment we already put in the transit. So if we still not reach the point for the ridership to support our revenue, and then how would you justify the new investment right now? And then with the ridership is not at the level as we expected, and then short of the revenue from transit.
Yeah, thanks for that question. So overall, our ridership has exceeded 2019 levels for the last 7 months, which is great. What we've seen is shifts in the type of fare products people are buying, as an example. And we have other reports going forward to kind of dig into those details. I'll say that the implementation of these routes would occur most likely in the next 4-year budget cycle if they proceeded, and ridership's continuing to increase, and our revenues will continue to recover and get better with each year. So we are anticipating that this does make sense. We will be there, and in terms of justifying it, there's lots of data through the city plan, the mass transit strategy, our annual service plan process, our boardings. And I know some people think there's a train car that's empty, a bus that's empty. Why are we investing in transit? I'll just say we have very specific service standards, and we look at our peak performance as well as off-peak, and we're making strategic decisions about maximizing that. When we show our route report cards, that's being transparent about the performance of each route. So I'd encourage everyone to direct people to those and to connect with ETS directly if they have specific concerns, and we can dig into it.
Yeah, so I appreciate you mentioned about how we maximize the service level and to really attract the ridership go back and even like increase more. So I appreciate that point. But at the other hand, if you look at this plan as a timeline for the $5.5 million is 1.5 years, that's probably end of the 2026. But if you look at the existing investment for the infrastructure piece, the infrastructure from Bonnie-Dew to West End Mall, that 189 is already underway or not finished, and by 2026. And if you look at the Capital Line, and this is B1, and we're planning from Castle Down and to Century Park and Century Park extension for the Capital Line, and then that LRT was planned to be finished by 2029. So that means we still have major infrastructure for the transit still underway, not finished yet. And right now, once this concept planning finished, that means we have to get into more investments and to the design, and then to get how much cost for the infrastructure and build new infrastructure. I feel that is specifically really concerning, and in terms of like, that is why I ask first question back to the first round, and for that timing and for that urgency. And do we need to do this right away, or should we finish the major infrastructure transit project first before we start a new one?
Yeah, thanks for that. I think that's going to be part of the discussions for sure around your table. And what I would say is we've seen tremendous population growth, particularly over the last, let's say 5 years. It's putting a lot of pressure on the network, as you know. I know you get those complaints just like we do. We know we don't have enough service out there right now to meet the demand, let alone the future population needs. So that's what the city plan and that mass transit plan was all about, is looking ahead to say, when we get to those population horizons, how much service do you need and in what shape? And it's not about one or the other. Those LRT extensions you mentioned are really important for moving people, but so is the BRT network. And they're complementary. And the other point, I think, is that Canada Public Transit Fund is a real game changer, I think, providing up to 40% of funding for these capital projects, and there's sustained funding over a long-term period through the baseline stream to help with renewal and help with growth projects. So we can pursue all of those with you.
Okay, thank you. My time is out.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. Gary, have we done any analysis how much money we're going to get that base funding of the public transit fund?
So we have some preliminary assessments from CUDA for the region, but it's really speculative at this point. I'm not sure, Sarah, if you want to jump in. We'll learn more after the expression of interest, which I think gets submitted in the next few weeks.
Got it. Okay, so don't speculate then publicly. Let's wait.
Best not to.
Yeah. And then, but I support this planning work. I'm a big supporter of BRT. But I also want to understand our number one priority or a public transit fund or any fund that becomes available to us is to focus on replacing our bus fleet.
That's that's a huge priority for sure. State of good repair.
Yeah.
And the feds heard that from all of the major cities. And that is one of the basis for that baseline stream.
Because that is so essential to retain the service that we currently provide. So I just want to make sure that we are not that we are talking about public transit fund, which is exciting, right? But we want to focus on utilizing that fund to replace our buses.
For sure. But they do have two streams in that fund, and they will support both renewal and growth. So one's not at the expense of the other. I just want to be clear.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's very important clarification. And also, you are implementing what we have already approved, the service hours that we have approved. That is ready to go. You have the buses, or buses will be ordered. I mean, the funding that we already approved. So that is another priority that you're working on.
Absolutely. We're excited about that. So the 50,000 hours will be implemented in April. The buses have been ordered. They're being actually manufactured right now and delivered to us. And we're in the process of hiring the operators for those hours.
So 50,000 new hours coming on board April next year.
That's right. You've already funded that as council. So this is following through on that commitment.
And then there was I think there was another 75 altogether. Were more than 50,000 hours, right?
Yeah, we implemented 70,000 by repurposing the Valley Line precursor service. That went in February. This is the next chapter, closing on the 120,000 additional service hours you added.
Got it. Okay. And to folks here on, are there other, I think following up on Tank's question, are there other less expensive options, right, to implement BRT instead of building, like for example, opportunities to maybe limit parking or remove parking or using the existing lanes, right? So
Mayor Sohi, yes, there are some operational improvements that can be done, and part of that is happening through the transit signal priority work.
Okay.
But I think this work that we're doing is part of the city plan vision. So it's thinking of how do we build the vision that we talked about, and by providing a different kind of service, like the, call it LRT style service on wheels, that is that reliable, consistent, connects the nodes and corridors. It provides that level of certainty so that it encourages, housing, economic development. It provides that accessibility, reliability that people can count on. It's a little bit different of a trigger or a lever than the operational. So we need to do both, I think, is
and
what
we are
it
doing
is.
both as well, right? We're doing some of that both work through the implementation of some signalization.
Right.
Maybe not to the extent we would like to in a perfect world, right? So if we were living in a perfect world, you were moving ahead, we were debating 2027, 2031 budget, capital budget, the construction probably wouldn't start till 2028, 2029 on these routes, right?
Right.
If everything came as planned, money was there, and everything was perfect, you're still looking at 2028, 29.
Still looking down the road.
Right, and that means some of these major projects probably either be close to completion that are currently underway, for example, Valley Line West, Century Park to South, the LRT, that's supposed to be completed in 2 or 3 years, right?
About that timeline.
Yeah, right. So it's not, okay, because that's important to understand that we are not creating more havoc on the roads, right?
Right. So we want to think to the future, but think about the present and how can we improve.
This is good planning.
Now?
This is good planning.
Right.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mayor Sohi. Yeah, I have a subsequent motion dealing with some of that I'll speak to after. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you. I think just a few more to clarify. For the B2, you mentioned the Old Strathcona Public Realm strategy. Like you're seeing some potential maybe integration there, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Working with the Old Strathcona Public Realm strategy has provided us a really unique opportunity in that really following the Complete Streets modal hierarchy there, where we are planning for people walking first, and then we go on to transit. So
Yeah.
it's been really helpful.
Yeah,
just to add to that is that part of the planning will be informed by the Old Strathcona Public Realm strategy. We aren't going to be implementing the strategy itself as part of the work, but it'll be definitely one of the key things informing the work that we do through the planning phase. And we'll work at how we incorporate both the public realm strategy and mass transit.
Right, and because I understand that strategy isn't funded, so where it makes sense to kind of integrate and overlap, you do it for efficiency, right? And I think there was some support during the engagement for this city plan implementation. Okay, just want to check. Thanks. And then when you add new BRT, you will also remove some of the frequency of the buses on this stretch, or on any of the routes, so that those hours can be moved to other areas long term.
Exactly. I think that's part of the conversation we'd have with all of you.
Perfect. Thank you. And then can I just, for the B6, was it always part of this phase, or was it part of a later phase, but we're bringing it forward for expediency because some of the stuff is already there?
It's always been part of the 1.25 million network.
Okay. Okay. And then, because it's been a while since I think I review the last mass transit update, but the B3, B4, B5 is that for the 1.5. Is that right?
Yeah, that would be for later stages.
Okay. And then I think somebody asked about transit fare, because I know we've been struggling with the transit revenue. Do you think a BRT might support increase in transit rider, or are we just kind of shifting current riders and the new ones through the population growth from one route to another?
So I think it would definitely attract new riders, and we would do an assessment at a detailed level during that planning, but I'll toss it to Sarah and she can share more.
Yeah, I think the idea of building higher order, transit with lots of priority is it attracts more riders, and we would do estimates of the ridership and revenue as part of that operating impacts as well, some of the additional ridership and revenue that can offset the operating costs.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great, thank you. And then just finally, a question about this airport connector. I know we've talked about this quite a bit. So it is, or it isn't? It is part of the concept planning. Yes.
Councillor Tang, the airport connector itself is not part of the concept planning work that's happening, but the part that's within the city to 23rd Avenue could be used for an airport connection. So we're not looking specifically at the airport connection all the way to the airport, but you can see that any kind of infrastructure along Gateway Boulevard, or really all the way from the north down to 23rd Avenue, could potentially make up part of the future airport connection.
And then that would augment the 737, the existing 737 service, or 747, I don't remember.
I think those are, they would need to be, we would need to look at the service needs and service hours. I better leave that one for Carrie.
My apologies. Can you repeat that?
I was just asking the discussion of the airport connector in this report. The intention there is then to kind of connect into, what is this, B1, and then further augment the existing airport route 737.
Yeah, we know the 747 regional route is struggling to keep up with demand. So I think any additional service we can contemplate, and jump in, Sarah, but it's helpful. And we know the demand is there. There's a lot of people using that service.
That's great to hear. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. If I may table as chair, I have I guess it would be a replacement or a motion in replacement of receipt of information. It's the same one I moved at council, but just if we do it here, it expedites it and saves us work off our council agenda. So that administration provide a report outlining low-cost opportunities to increase the efficiency of the top bus routes that consistently exceed productivity standards for bus boardings during peak hours as defined through the transit service policy, which could include creating bus lanes, adjustments to parking, inclusion of tow-away zones. And due date was Q1 2025. And just by way of quick introduction, this sort of builds off what Mayor Sohi was saying just a moment ago about, okay, it could be 5 years until the BRT plan comes to fruition. I expect we're going to blow past our 1.25 million person population threshold by then. In the meantime, what are things we can do? And when you look at many of our busiest routes in the city, number 4, number 8, some of the other crosstowns that the BRT will be addressing, this is a way to potentially baby step that. Like, for example, during peak hours, we already have some tow-away zones. We already have some areas, but could they be expanded? Because every minute a bus is sitting in traffic, we are losing money. That's a loss of service hours. If we can make the buses move faster, we save money. That means more service, more often, more places throughout our city. We're getting more bang for our bus buck, and that's ultimately in our tough budget situation here. That's what we're trying to get to. So, as far as I'm concerned, carry on with BRT work. Looks great, incredible opportunity for our city, and I do think that there's. I really appreciate the new maps and the adjustments from round 1 that I saw to round 2. I think there's some changes there too, and I still think there's a couple pieces that I wonder about. Maybe 101, 97, or some of the pieces in the west, but in general, I really like the BRT work. I want that to keep going, but there's no reason right now when I'm sitting in a bus of 40 to 80 people going down White Avenue, and we're sitting behind 2 or 3 parked cars. There's no reason that should be the case. So, yeah, I'm interested in hearing back. Another municipality recently created a threshold where if a route has a certain number of passengers per hour, then they automatically get a dedicated lane. I'm interested in seeing something like that, a threshold. But in the meantime, the first step is let's figure out what we can do right now, because the pennies we get for parking is not worth the delays in dollars of human time for the folks on the buses. Thank you. So taking the chair back. Always had the chair. Just reaffirming my commitment to chairship. I see no other speakers on the board. No further questions to admin. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. So I do have a question. And so what I heard, I just want to get the movers clarification. If we use this motion, replace the received information, but this motion on the floor does not talk about BRT at all. And so can you explain a little bit how this motion, if this motion could give the direction to the administration to move forward for the concept planning for the PRT?
Yeah, I believe because it's an information report, admin is just updating us on the BRT progress. This would be just receipt of information. So instead of receiving for information, then moving a second report or a second motion, this is what I was advised to do.
Then question to the administration. And so if we use this motion to replace the received information, what does that specifically mean from your understanding?
Councillor, what I understand from the conversation here is that the concept planning work will continue on, and the operational assessment that is requested in this report will be undertaken and reported back in Q1.
But I have different understanding on this, and I rather receive the information the motion could put for vote. And then because they're focused on two different things. The current motion on the floor is focused on service, and then the concept planning and for the BRT that focus on the new project. So I rather have the two motions on the floor for the vote.
Counselor, if I could just provide a bit of context. Receiving the report for information is simply that. It's acknowledging that you've received the information.
I understand that, but I would like that put on the for the voting purpose.
So as chair, I support what administration is saying, and I think this process is just fine. And looking around the room, I've seen nods from the other council members.
So then question to the city clerk, and because received information does give the yes to administration for the direction to move forward for the concept. And if we have a different perspective, I would like to see that motion on the floor for the voting purpose.
Receiving the report for information does not provide a yes. It's simply acknowledging that you received the information, that you've received the report, you heard the presentation. It does not change the course of action.
I know that, but we still have the opportunity to present different perspective.
So
if we take that opportunity away, and then means we don't have the opportunity to present a different perspective.
So Councillor Rice, at the conclusion of the item, you still have 5 minutes. You can speak to either this motion or to the matter in general of the receipt of information. So you could still speak to it then. You're also welcome to craft a subsequent motion if you wish to pass something different as well too.
Okay, so that means I will yield my time right now and then come back to the speak.
For sure, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Knack.
Yeah, sorry, and just Madam Clerk, I think you covered most of it, but I just wanted to, the one last thing I would ask from the clerk's perspective, if you will, is that if for some reason somebody just wanted to receive for information and didn't want any further action, they would have the ability to vote no to this motion, and then council would have to pass a motion to receive for information. That would be the alternative if this motion were to fail.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Just to speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate the work that's been done on this. It's exciting, exciting work that's happening, and it's an exciting example of the progress we're able to make thanks to some of the funding decisions we made in our budget. It's great that you're not here saying we need more funding to take the next step. We're seeing those steps being taken, and it's a great thing for Edmontonians. I did just want to take a moment to reflect again some of the comments that we heard from our speaker today, just the importance of some of the validation work that's coming up for the 97th or 101 Street route. I'm really pleased to hear the team's commitment to having that community input, having a consultant on board. I think it's going to be really, really excellent. Really pleased that we're going to be looking at cost minimization, looking at the feasibility, land use potential and opportunity. I think just in terms of, you mentioned this conversation helping to inform some of the expectations of the public engagement consultants. So wanted to put some of those expectations out there really clearly. I heard an opportunity at this point to raise awareness, to bring more people into the conversation, which I think is really a really exciting opportunity. Looking forward to the work to gather input and perspectives from community members that will be impacted by this, both those living by the route and those who may be traveling on the route. I think most importantly as well is reflecting back how those perspectives were taken into account and how decisions were arrived at with clear rationale with some of the trade-offs that were made. I think that, having an open book and sort of showing our work with community is a really great way to build that trust and buy-in. So look forward to that work ahead. I'm really pleased again that at this point nothing is set in stone, and the work ahead will continue to confirm and ensure that we're taking the best approach possible moving forward. So thank you again for the work, and look forward to what comes next.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just wanted to speak briefly and express my excitement. This is a really, it seems like an early step, but it's a big step. I think this is probably the most concrete conversation we've had about BRT planning, and actually seeing routes down on paper is incredible. While not set in stone, I think it's great to see. So some of the things that I just wanted to reiterate, having frequent and rapid east-west, north-south routes to connect huge portions of our city is just a fundamental part of being able to realize the goals that we've set for ourselves in the city plan. I see huge opportunities for this to help drive economic development, in particular along our nodes and corridors. The principles that were put forward make a lot of sense to me, and I look forward to seeing those principles reflected in the implementation of the BRT network and our mass transit strategy. And what I'm really reflecting on is, in this case, we're not just planning for the next 5 or 10 years. This is really part of a long-term, multi-decade lookout. But that being said, I'm also keenly interested in opportunities for more rapid implementation and a phased approach, as we talked about today, where there are opportunities to put down paint or get precursor service underway. That is absolutely something that we should be exploring. So I just wanted to thank Councillor Jans for bringing this motion forward. I think it allows us to, strike that balance of what can we do today to improve the situation, recognizing that we are growing rapidly, as our speakers pointed out, while still having that future-focused outlook. And then just finally wanted to thank the speakers for coming out today and sharing their perspectives. I look forward to seeing those voices and even more voices included in the ongoing conversations as this work unfolds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Point of order.
I think Mayor?
A mayor should be first because the committee member.
For sure. Mayor Sohi, would you like to go first?
Sure, why not? Okay. Not everyone uses public transit, but everyone benefits from it in the form of less congestion on our roads for those who must drive, and also making a difference on the environmental sustainability, reducing emissions, and making our communities more livable. So these investments help everyone. And this council has demonstrated a very strong commitment to building and supporting public transit and other active and sustainable modes of transportation. It was this council that made on-demand service, which was only funded as a pilot. This council took a significant step to make that on-demand permanent. It was this council that took the steps to increase bus service hours. I think it's close to 130,000 service hours, am I around in that range, right? So, and it's this council that put more money for enhanced snow clearing around transit centers to improve accessibility during the winter time for everyone, so they have good access to public transit. And this council has continued the work on building the LRT, including making a decision to go ahead, not stall, and not stop the construction of the LRT further south from Century Park. And the BRT work that we are talking about today is exciting. It's good planning, it's for the future. And it will be sequenced that as other projects come to conclusion, particularly big projects, hopefully the construction work on bridges, there'll be coordination on that once we get to that point, all the bridges that are being rehabilitated, which they needed to be rehabilitated, right? So I think this council has demonstrated that commitment because giving people a choice is important. Empowering people to make sustainable choices is something that we can do as elected body, and that's exactly what we're doing. So look forward to the work. In the meantime, I think this motion is good because it will allow us to look at what are some of the interim things that we can do as we work on the advance our work on the BRT. Yeah, good. That's all.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you so much. I think BRT has really, in the last few years, really emerged through lots of conversations in the community, in council chambers, in the way have delivered some of the major capital infrastructure projects, I think, we've seen BRT emerge as a more potentially more cost-effective and just as expedient way to move large groups of people. It helps continue to build out our public transportation system. And if we want more riders on transit, we need to make transit easy and convenient and fast and affordable if we want to see that kind of mode transition. And I think what's presented in today's report and also the motion here will help us move in that direction. And I would ask, excuse me for my impatience when I ask about the Southeast, because, I am aware that we're growing faster than we are anticipating. There's while not resourced, I'm very keenly awaiting for this phase to get to a mature stage so that we can really start talking about those future phases. I'll just speak a little bit on the Southeast. And while we have the LRT as a mass transit option there, I hope we don't just stop there. There's lots of opportunities I think we can maximize and continue to create that strong multimodal transportation and public transportation system, a lot of which, is beyond what's presented today, but I am constantly thinking about that. So appreciate this report and how it helps us move towards the city plan goals, and thank the mover for the intent to continue making the public transportation the easy choice.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Councillor James. Thank you very much for today's great conversation regarding the BRT and also our city's transit services. Like Mayor mentioned earlier, like other my colleagues mentioned earlier, this council will really committed to improve our transit services to support our students, to support our parents, to support our Edmontonians who use the public transit to go to work as well. And even myself, during my term and in the council, I have been working with ETS together and to address so many needs, so many concerns, and come from like South Edmonton area. So I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the great work ETS team doing to address those needs and demanding and changes. And however, and then in the past few months, in the past years, and even in the summertime, and I have been visiting many neighborhoods, and I got the opportunity to speak to many Edmontonians. And so what I heard very clear, there are few issues we're still facing here. The number one is the ridership. So ridership, we just heard very clear today and from ETS, we just slowly come back to the 2019 level. However, in the past 5 years, our population already increased a lot. But that means from that population increase and then compared to the ridership, and back to 2019, the data actually shows our ridership is declining and is not, and that lately increase. So give that factors there. And right now we are facing the shortfall and from like transits revenue. And as a result, probably myself and my colleagues already received so many emails and our seniors and specifically concerned about transit fees increase. So what's the key point I heard here is about instead invest the new money and with the budget constraint situation we're facing right now, our city facing right now, how about looking at some strategy, looking at some changes to maximize the existing services we have and then to reduce the comments like why the bus empty and for most of time, or why a certain nodes empty for most of time when the LRT empties. So I do understand the ridership and then impact by many different factors, including transit safety, including like transit phase. But for us right now, what I heard over and over and from Edmontonians request me say, can you stop the new investment in the big dollar money in the infrastructure instead of finish the existing infrastructure first and by invest more or starting the new infrastructure project. I think that is the struggling I have, and based on what I heard from people and related to the new investigation here. But I really want to say, and the BRT concept, and then like I said earlier, no doubt I support that. And then I hope that new concept could bring more ridership, attract more ridership, support the demanding increase and from city. But however, we need to looking and focus on how to maximize the existing services first, and then to avoid any waste of the services, hours, or resources. So that is why I'm really struggling and to say the new motion right now on the floor, and instead of other motion for receive the information, because no matter which one, and that means we're going to adding more lines, maybe increase more cost, and instead of efficiently use existing resources. So because of that, the reason very simple, finish existing infrastructure first by invite more infrastructure. So I'm not going to support this one, or I'm not going to support receive information as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Janza. Yeah, just to, I guess I'd jump in because I actually wanted to thank you for the motion, because I agree with with Councillor Rice on a lot of items around, not a massive investment. And so, in fact, I think the way I read this motion, and I know you'll close on it, it sort of flags that conversation specifically around the low cost opportunities to increase the efficiency. So I think, to me, the way I read that is that's doing exactly what I think I just heard in terms of concerns from the previous speaker, which is saying, hey, we have limited resources. We need way more bus barns to actually get like a massive expansion in any meaningful way. So what do we do sort of now with our existing resources, with our existing dollars? How much paint can we buy for a couple $1,000 to go and really expedite and increase that efficiency? So I think this motion specifically addresses that concern. Just on the notion of the BRT as a whole, I think that's also part of why the work that the team's going to do. And I didn't have any questions. Great report. I'm ready to go. So yeah, let's do it. That's why I didn't have any questions. I think the part that jumps out at me is that, yeah, realistically, while I would sure love that bridge over 87th Ave to get there, like, we're not going to do that anytime soon, like, just truly at this point. So to me, I look at the route in the West End as an example and say, how do we do, and tying a little bit to Councillor Janz's motion, like, can we officially use the shoulder on the White Mud to move that bus? There's essentially a no cost option for us to start finding more opportunity to moving folks at a much higher speed. And so my understanding of the report that we just went through and the presentation and the questions is that the team is now going to go take this work and try to find those different options. Sure, there might be an ideal end state where if we had another $300 million, we would go build some new bridges and do a bunch of other stuff, but that's just not on the table. It's not going to be on the table in the next capital budget cycle. So like, let's go do that planning work for how we can do some good BRT using traffic signal upgrades and some dedicated lanes and things, to me, that will really increase the efficiency, give people a more reliable service than we have now in a number of areas for truly minimal costs. I mean, I think the biggest cost at this point would be if we were going to do dedicated BRT and we needed to get new buses, we still need probably another garage beyond the southeast one that we're looking at, right? So, and we need that regardless of whether we do BRT. I would argue at this point, based off our population, based off our growth, based off the anticipated population growth, we need to do at least another bus garage for another, probably 40, 60, 100 buses to be able to keep up with where we're going. So whether that's BRT or just standard buses, I'm a little, probably a little bit of both. That's going to be the biggest cost, and that's going to happen independent of the BRT work and independent of this motion. So I think for those reasons, for both this motion really focusing on using really our existing low-cost resources, traffic signal upgrades, paint markings, and knowing that the team's going to have their work cut out for them to try to find some really low-cost ways to get BRT moving, because we've talked about it since, 2014 was when the ETSAB report, I think, first came, and I think Mayor Sohi was even there was a city councilor when that first ETSAB report came, and we haven't really moved let's channel the language of one of our old colleagues. We haven't moved the needle on that one, I would say. I'd sure love to do that, and hopefully we can start getting some BRT operating in the next few years here in the city. So appreciate the motion, Councillor Jans. I think this is a good way to get some low-cost stuff going forward.
Thank you. And by way of closing, yes, I want to absolutely confirm that. Yeah, I just want to absolutely confirm to my colleagues that this is absolutely about finding those low cost pieces. In my mind, ones that will actually be saving us money because the bus is moving faster. We are not burning service hours and idling in traffic. I also want to make clear that the motion talks about peak hours, that this is not just about creating 24/7, 365 bus lanes. This is about using peak time more effectively. And I think all of us can think about memories on transit where we might be sitting stalled out on the white mud or somewhere, as Councillor Knack said, or sitting in another part of our city. So we're trying to, we're trying to take this BRT work, which is excellent, and just figure out in the next 5 years, what do we do right now? What can we do 5 months from now to make sure that the next back to school season is even smoother? Just a couple stats that I just want to mention because cost comes up all the time. We already have a colleague and we're, we hear this public discourse about no new projects, and we need to pull back. And not only is that a huge mistake given our population growth, but I just wanted to flag that our capital budget on roads, on car infrastructure since 2019, so 2019 to 2026, was $4.2 billion. That's almost incomprehensible. That's 4,200 millions of dollars spent on car infrastructure. So, when you think about it, our entire LRT expansion is $5 billion. So just in this 4-year capital budget, we spent $1.8 billion on roads. And over 950 million of that, half of that, $950 million in a 4-year period, was spent on maintaining and renewal. So it's enormous money that we're spending already for cars. And who benefits most from bus rapid transit? Who benefits most from priority bus lanes? It's actually drivers, because you're getting more people onto the bus, out of traffic, you're speeding up movement, and you're making it better for everyone involved. So I think it's really, really important that we contextualize our capital and operational spending. I think it's really, really important that we shout as often as possible that Edmonton has grown 100,000 people, and we do not have room for 100,000 new cars, that we need alternatives, that this is not something that we can stop doing. This is not something we can't, throw the brake on the train when we're already moving and growing so quickly and so many new people. So we have a $10 billion road network. The average life is about 40 years. We're spending $170 million on neighborhood renewal and alleyway renewal. So for folks to say, well, $300 million is a lot of money for bus rapid transit, that's not something we can do. I don't buy that. I think we really need to contextualize this money, these investments, and just look at the human cost. And I don't have this metric, I've been trying to find it, of how many hours of productivity are lost for bus riders who are sitting in traffic. And I think if we could really put that forward to Edmontonians and say, yes, I know you're frustrated that we're going to take up a couple of parking stalls during rush hour, or we're maybe going to take the shoulder on the white mud, as Councillor Knack said, but as a result, hundreds of people are going to be moving faster every hour. I think that's really, really important. So, yeah, I'll close there. And again, thank the team for such fantastic work. And I really look forward to where this is going from here. So with that, I'll call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried with Councillor Rice opposed. So, next item on the agenda, are there any responses to councillor inquiries? There are none. Private reports, there are none. Motions pending. I'm not aware of any. Are there motions pending? Hearing none. Notices of motion and motions with without customary notice. Not aware of any. Then